Labdien visiem! Esiet sveicināti preses konferencē, kas veltīta NATO ģenerāla sekretāra, Kanādas un Spānijas premjerministru vizītē Latvijā, tā skaitā arī Ādažu militārajā bāzē, kur šobrīd atrodamies. Sākam preses konferenci. Lūdzu vārds Latvijas ministru prezidentam Krišjānam Kariņam.
Paldies! Labdien visiem! Putina karš Ukrainā ir saliedējis NATO partnerus. Šodien es gribu izteikt paldies mūsu partneriem, kas šodien ar mani šeit stāv. Tātad Jensam Stoltenbergam, NATO ģenerālsekretāram, Justinam Trudeau, Kanādas premjerministram un Pedro Sanchez, Spānijas premjerministram par to, ka šodien bija iespēja mums visiem četriem šeit Ādašos tikties. Runā par to, ka NATO ir jāstiprina austrumu flanks, un šodien es varu teikt, ka mēs redzam, ka šis darbs jau notiek. Tas notiek pateicoties tam, kad Kanāda ir jau pieņēmusi lēmumu un stiprina savu karavīru un tehniku klātbūtni tepat Latvijā. Tāpat Spānija ir pieņēmusi līdzīgu lēmumu un stiprina reāli ar karavīriem un ar tehniku, ar spējām. Tātad Latvijas karaspēks, Latvijas karavīri ir stiprināti pastāvīgi ar 10 vēl citiem NATO sabiedrotajiem un vēl, kā mēs zinām, šobrīd Latvijā vēl ir papildus 11. Papildus spēks no Amerikas Savienotajām valstīm, kuri arī šodien mēs tieši redzējām militārās mācības, kas notiek procesā, un mēs redzējām, ka Latvijas karavīri kopā ar Kanādas karavīriem, ar Spānijas karavīriem, ar vēl daudzi citu valstu karavīriem un ar ASV sabiedrotajiem kopā veica apmācības stiprināt, tai skaitā tieši Latvijas kā NATO dalībvalsts reālo aizsardzību. Mēs esam salīdzinoši maza valsts, bet mēs esam daļa no pasaules lielākās un spēcīgākās militārās alianses, kur mēs, saliekot plec pie pleca, esam nepārvarami. Bet šeit jāatgādina, ka mēs, Latvija, neesam tikai drošības patērētāji. Mēs reāli ieguldam un ieguldīsim arī savas valsts aizsardzībā. Mēs jau ieguldām vairāk kā 2%, un valdība jau ir pieņēmusi lēmumu ieguldīt 2,5%. Tātad mēs darīsim visu, lai uzlabotu savas reālās kaujas spējas, protams, arī mūsu spējas uzņemt un sadarboties ar aizvien lielāku skaitu citu NATO valstu karavīriem. Vēlreiz paldies jums visiem, Jens, Justin, Pedro, par jūsu klātbūtni un, protams, par to, ko arī jūsu valsts reāli dara, lai stiprinātu ne tikai NATO kā tādu, bet konkrēti arī Latvijas drošību. Paldies!
Paldies! Lūdzu vārds NATO ģenerālsekretāram Jensam Stoltenbergam.
Prime Minister Karins, Prime Minister Trudeau, Prime Minister Sanchez, dear Christianis, dear Justin, dear Pedro. It's great to be together with all of you here today. This demonstrates really NATO solidarity, that we stand together, facing a critical moment for our security caused by the brutal invasion of Russia of a peaceful country in Europe, Ukraine. President Putin's war on Ukraine has shattered peace in Europe. It has shaken the international order, and it continues to take devastating toll on the Ukrainian people. But Putin seriously underestimated Ukraine, and he seriously underestimated the strength and the unity of NATO and of our friends and partners around the world. We have imposed unprecedented costs on Russia. We have stepped up our support for Ukraine, helping to uphold its right to self-defense, and we have implemented historic reinforcements of NATO's collective defense. With thousands more troops reinforcing the eastern part of our alliance, including here in Latvia. I strongly welcome that allies, including Canada, Spain, and the United States, are deploying hundreds more troops to our multinational presence here at the Adashi base in Latvia. So Justin, Pedro, thank you for your personal leadership and your commitment to our collective security. Canada has led NATO's battle group in Latvia for years with skill and dedication, a powerful demonstration of your commitment to transatlantic security. Spain is leading by example by deploying additional troops, ships and jets to strengthen our defensive posture in Europe. It was really an honor to meet your forces here today from both sides of the Atlantic. They represent the spirit of all our allies, all for one and one for all. NATO is a defensive alliance. We do not see conflict with Russia. Our ultimate responsibility is to keep our 1 billion citizens safe. This means we must do everything possible to prevent the conflict from spreading beyond Ukraine. And our presence here in Latvia sends an unmistakable message of unity and resolve. Our commitment to Article 5 of the Washington Treaty is absolute, and we will do whatever it takes to protect and defend all allies. So Christianis, Justin and Pedro, at this dangerous moment for our security, we stand united for our people and our values. Europe and North America together in NATO. Thank you.
Paldies. Lūdzu vārds Kanādas premjerministram Justinam Trudeau.
Bonjour tout le monde. Je suis très heureux d'être ici avec vous aujourd'hui. I'd like to first thank Prime Minister Kariņš. Thank you so much for your warm welcome. As well, we continue to strengthen the relationship between Canada and Latvia. Prime Minister Sanchez, Pedro, it's good to see you. I know how important the contribution of Spain is to the success of the mission here. NATO Secretary General Stoltenberg, thank you, Jens, for being with us today. It's extremely important. NATO truly is multinational. It was absolutely amazing to see the culminating military exercise of our troops from different nations, including those of Canada, Latvia, and Spain, training together. It was great to be here, and I'm also very happy to be joined today by Minister Anand, our Minister of National Defence, and the Chief of Defence Staff, General Eyre. We had a very productive day today. On top of my different bilateral meetings with Christianis, Prime Minister Kariņš, Prime Minister Sanchez, and NATO Secretary General Stoltenberg, I also met with President Levits of Latvia to discuss Ukraine and a broad range of topics. In addition, this morning, Christianis was able to organize that we were joined virtually by the Prime Minister of Estonia, Kaja Kallas, and the Prime Minister of Lithuania, Ingrida Šimonytė. We agreed to deepen the partnership between Canada and the Baltic countries, especially at this time of uncertainty. Ici au camp Adazi, j'ai aussi eu la chance de rencontrer plusieurs membres des forces armées canadiennes et des autres pays de l'OTAN. Je les ai remerciés personnellement pour leur travail remarquable et leur professionnalisme. Last month, Canada announced the deployment of up to 460 members of the Canadian Armed Forces to NATO through Operation Reassurance. This announcement includes more troops here in Latvia, as well as the deployment of an additional frigate and maritime patrol aircraft. A total of 540 CAF personnel are now deployed here in Latvia, and approximately 130 more will join in the coming weeks. Well, today, I can further announce an early, multi-year renewal of Operation Reassurance to support NATO in Central and Eastern Europe. This mission was set to expire next year, and in light of the situation in Europe, we decided to renew it ahead of schedule. Operation Reassurance is the CAF support to NATO's assurance and deterrence measures. The troops here are not only defending Latvia or Eastern Europe, they're defending all NATO allies, including Canada. They're defending our freedom and our security, That's why this work is so important, especially in the face of continued Russian aggression. Aujourd'hui, je peux annoncer que le Canada va renouveler l'opération Reassurance pour plusieurs années afin de soutenir l'OTAN, en particulier sur le flanc Est. On va continuer d'être là pour défendre la démocratie en Europe et partout dans le monde. Demain, je serai à Berlin, où je vais entre autres rencontrer le chancelier Scholz. Et merci encore à nos forces de nous accueillir aujourd'hui. Today, in particular, during International Women's Day, I want to thank all the brave women who serve in the Canadian Armed Forces for their outstanding work, and all the women who serve in armed forces around the world. Canada will continue to be an ally and partner to help defend our shared values, and we will continue to be there for Ukraine. And now I'd like to turn the mic over to Canada's Minister of National Defence, Anita Anand. Anita.
Merci, Monsieur le Premier ministre. C'est un grand honneur pour moi d'être ici avec vous, avec nos forces armées canadiennes, avec le chef d'état-major de la Défense et avec nos partenaires, particulièrement cette journée internationale de femmes. Thank you, Prime Minister. It is an honor for me to be here, especially on International Women's Day. J'étais ici il y a un mois. I was here less than 1 month ago, and it is so good to be back here today to see the troops and to thank them for their service. My visit in early February and a number of engagements thereafter, including the recent NATO Defense Ministers meeting in Brussels, made clear that operations like Operation Reassurance represent the very best that NATO has to offer. This is the message that I hear in every meeting and continue to hear. In response to this message and to Putin's further aggression, we announced on February 22nd up to 460 more troops to NATO through Operation Reassurance, on top of the 500 already here, and the deployment of, as the Prime Minister mentioned, an additional frigate and a maritime patrol aircraft to reinforce NATO's eastern flank. Now, as the Prime Minister just announced, we are going even further. Today, we are renewing our support by extending Operation Reassurance mission 1 year ahead of time. This announcement reflects our deep commitment to the long-term security, stability, and interoperability of the NATO alliance. J'aimerais remercier nos forces armées canadiennes pour leur dévouement et de continuer de l'engagement du Canada en Lettonie pour le flanc de l'Est de l'OTAN et pour la sécurité, la dissuasion et la stabilité mondiale. I want to conclude by expressing my gratitude to our Canadian Armed Forces, by continuing to put service before self, and for continuing Canada's enduring commitment to Latvia, to NATO's eastern flank, and to our collective security at home and abroad. And I extend this appreciation to all who serve and who are here today. Thank you. Merci. Baldias. I now am happy to pass the mic over to Prime Minister Sanchez. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you very much, my dear friends. As Prime Minister Trudeau said, today, 8 March, should have been a day of celebration of women and girls in Ukraine. Unfortunately, Putin's brutal aggression is forcing them to flee their country or fight for their lives. I would like to pay an homage today to all of them and reassure that we will stand by their side. I would like to thank the President and the Prime Minister of Latvia for organizing this visit. I am very happy to share it with my friend Justin, with Prime Minister Trudeau, whose country commands this battle group, and with NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. We are here to support our Baltic allies and friends in these very difficult times and to send a very clear message to President Putin. NATO allies are united, and the transatlantic bond is stronger than ever. I want to insist once again, our main commitment is with peace. NATO is a defensive alliance, as Secretary General of NATO has said, and all our actions so far are deterrence efforts to avoid confrontation. The Spanish troops are the second largest contingent here in Adassis battle group, and I want to recognize our soldiers' dedication, solidarity, and professionalism. We are increasing our deployment with 157 additional soldiers, and we are also ready to fulfill our commitment through the graduate response plans. I would like to reaffirm Spain's unwavering support to Ukraine. We have delivered several tons of humanitarian aid and military equipment. Spain will also be up to the challenge that represents the dreadful humanitarian crisis caused by this terrible war, with over 1.7 million people fleeing their country. We will stay by the Ukrainian government and by the Ukrainian people to withstand Putin's unjustified attack. This is an act of aggression, not only to Europe's security, but also
Liels paldies! Mums ir laiks pāris jautājumiem. Es aicinu mēdīju pārstāvjus, kuriem būs pacelt roku, un, ja ir jautājumi, tad lūgums arī iepazīstināt ar sevi un arī norādīt, kam jūs uzdodat jautājumu. Lūdzu, vai ir jautājumi? Es vienkārši tagad... jā, lūdzu.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Murray Brewster with CBC News. Prime Minister Trudeau, allies have been shipping to Ukraine anti-aircraft weapons and anti-tank weapons. Canada has sent anti-tank weapons. Both of those capabilities are in short supply in the Canadian military. The Canadian Army does not have a dedicated surface-to-air defense system. Will your government commit to an urgent procurement to cover those capability gaps, and will your government commit to meeting NATO's benchmark standard of 2% of GDP in defense spending?
First of all, we understand the urgency that is presented right now in the world, with Ukrainians standing strong against this illegal Russian invasion. And that's why we have sent aid, we have sent weapons. We will continue to send support to Ukrainians as they stand and defend not just their country, but defend democracy, defend the values that underpin democracy, and in fact defend us all. Those weapons are much more useful right now and in the coming weeks in the hands of Ukrainian soldiers fighting for their lives than they would be in Canadian hands. But of course, we need to make sure we replace those weapons rapidly and that we continue to invest in the equipment that leads our armed forces to be able to continue to contribute, not just in places like here in Latvia, but everywhere around the world where we are called on to do. I had an excellent conversation with Secretary General Stoltenberg earlier this afternoon, in which I talked about, indeed, our approach to continuing to invest in our military and making sure that Canada is always there to stand up.
En français, Prime Minister.
Nous allons toujours chercher à contribuer plus pour l'OTAN. Je pense qu'on voit à quel point c'est important d'être présent pour défendre nos démocraties, mais évidemment, les appuis qu'on envoie immédiatement en Ukraine, incluant des armes et des armements, sont utiles non seulement pour défendre l'Ukraine dans l'immédiat, mais sont en train de se battre pour défendre nos démocraties à travers le monde.
Es atvainojos, man tās, ka Latvijas žurnālists vēlējās uzdot. Jūs esat no Latvijas?
Okay. Oui, bonjour, M. Trudeau, Laurence Martin de Radio-Canada. La Russie a réactivé plusieurs de ses bases de la guerre froide en Arctique. Et récemment, ils ont aussi fait des exercices militaires dans la région. Bon, vous annoncez aujourd'hui un prolongement de la mission ici en Lettonie, mais en Arctique, est-ce que vous pensez qu'on est vulnérable? Et est-ce que vous allez renforcer notre présence militaire là-bas?
Ça fait plusieurs années qu'on est en train d'investir dans notre présence militaire partout dans le monde, mais particulièrement aussi dans l'Arctique. Mais sur ce point-là, ça me ferait grand plaisir de passer la parole à notre ministre de la Défense qui peut en dire plus.
Es atvainojos.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Premier ministre. Bien sûr, la souveraineté, la protection de notre Arctique, c'est très important pour nous. Premièrement, nous avons déjà signé un contrat avec Nato Corporation pour le North Warning System. Ça, c'est 600 millions de dollars. Et aussi, en même temps, c'est important d'avoir une option, une approche pour la protection renouvelable dans l'Arctique. Donc, pour ça, j'ai parlé beaucoup avec mon homologue dans les États-Unis et nous avons décidé de travailler ensemble pour la protection de notre continent et aussi de notre monde. Donc, le NORAD Modernization, ça c'est une chose très, très importante pour moi et pour notre gouvernement aussi. Et nous allons avoir une approche robuste dans le court terme sur ça. Et ça, c'est une chose très importante pour nous et pour le gouvernement du Canada. Merci beaucoup.
Es atvainojos, vai es varētu būt mūsu iespēja vēl pāris jautājumiem. Vienam, vai ir kāds mēdījis no Spānijas? Jūs.
Yeah. Hello. So far, well, I'm Iñaki Aguado from Informativos, I think on behalf of all the Spanish journalists here today. So, so far the response through sanctions has not stopped Putin. What should be the path from now on? How far can NATO go? And how far can the European Union go as well? Do you consider the possibility of stopping buying oil and gas from Russia, just like the US has proposed? And do you think that Argentine gas could be the solution to supply all European countries? And Prime Minister Sánchez, as far as Spain goes, what steps are you willing to take to respond to the economic impact of the war in our country? Is it possible to use the loans of the Next Generation funds? And is it possible to lower fuel taxes? And we would be very grateful if we could have an answer in Spanish as well. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Iñaki, for your questions. First of all, I think it's crucial to be united. This is what we are showing today with the Prime Minister of Latvia, Prime Minister of Canada, Secretary General of NATO, Spain, and all the allies in NATO and the European Union. And that is why I think it's important not to, to advance different measures that we're going to debate in the Council in the coming days in Paris. But of course, economic sanctions is one of the most powerful instruments that we have in order to stop this terrible and unjustified war that Putin is, making against a free country such as Ukraine. Secondly, of course, I think it's very important to act regarding the economic impact in Spain and, of course, in the world economy and especially in the European economy. I think it's important to act in different dimensions. First of all, the multilateral dimensions, and here we have countries that belong to the G7. But of course, at the European level, I think it's important the communication that the Commission has released today regarding the energy policy, which is one of the major tools for the economic growth. And of course, it is already impacting this crisis on the energy prices. And of course, I think it's important also to have this unity among parties in Spain, and of course, this unity that we have shown with the trade unions and enterprises, first with the pandemic and the economic response to this pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, and of course, nowadays with this terrible and unjustified war led by Putin. So this is the question or the answer in English, and in Spanish I would say que creo que lo más importante es contar con la unidad de todos los países, de toda la comunidad internacional. Creo que la votación de la Asamblea General de Naciones Unidas que vimos hace escasos días demostró que Putin está solo y que todo el mundo, la mayoría del mundo, está con Ucrania. Y esa unidad se tiene que demostrar desde el punto de vista de las sanciones económicas, desde el punto de vista de la respuesta que tenemos que dar la comunidad internacional, aislando completamente a Putin, también en sanciones económicas contra él mismo y contra la oligarquía que ha crecido en torno a su régimen. Y, por tanto, me van a permitir que no adelante muchas de estas conversaciones que vamos a tener con los socios europeos en el próximo Consejo Informal dentro de escasos días en Versalles, en París, bajo la presidencia pro tempore de Francia de la Unión Europea. En segundo lugar, decirles que, desde luego, en el Congreso de los Diputados presenté lo que es el esbozo de ese plan nacional de respuesta al impacto económico que va a tener la crisis de la guerra de Putin en nuestro país. Hace escasos días, este pasado lunes, me pude reunir con los agentes sociales, sindicatos y empresarios para trasladarles cuáles eran las líneas de actuación que vamos a hacer desde el Gobierno, precisamente para amortiguar el impacto que en el ámbito de los precios, tanto de la energía como también de las materias primas, va a tener esta terrible crisis. Que va a costar, sin duda alguna, pero mayor sería el coste si no actuáramos en contra de Putin, si no actuáramos en contra de quien ahora mismo no solamente está infringiendo la legalidad internacional, sino que está poniendo en cuestión y en riesgo la seguridad de todos los europeos, que es precisamente lo que venimos aquí a garantizar. Esa seguridad en las fronteras europeas, ya sea en Letonia, ya sea en Estonia, ya sea en cualquiera de los países del frente oriental de Europa. Y esa unidad de los aliados y esa unidad también de los europeos me parece ahora mismo trascendental. Y desde luego España, como he dicho en otras muchas ocasiones, va a estar donde debe estar y hará lo que debe hacer. Thank you. Gracias.
Mums ir laiks vēl vienam jautājumam vārds. Nē. Es atvainojos, nē. Mums ir Latvijas žurnālistai Inai Strazdiņai. Lūdzu, vārds jums. Jā, mums.
Thank you so much. Ina Strazdiņa, Latvian Television. Just very shortly, my question to Mr. Sanchez. You already mentioned that you decided to send more troops to Latvia. Could you please be a little bit specific about when they could arrive? Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much. Actually, we've been committed with Latvia for long under the command of the Canadian Army, and we are going to deploy, as I said before, 150 new soldiers here in this base, and it's going to be very quick, very fast, since the NATO Secretary General and, of course, the commander asked us to deploy as fast as we can these military units.
Paldies, un saprotu, ka mums ir vēl viens jautājums. Mēs varam paņemt vēl vienu jautājumu. Lūdzu, vārds.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Secretary General, what would NATO do if Vladimir Putin encroached on even 1 centimeter of NATO territory? And Mr. Trudeau, would you be willing to go to war?
We are here to deter any attack on any NATO allied country, and deterrence has helped to preserve peace for more than 70 years. Now we are stepping up to send an even stronger message to President Putin that an attack on one ally will trigger the response from the whole alliance. So we are here to protect every inch of allied territory of Latvia and all other NATO countries. And the purpose of that deterrence is not to provoke a war, but it is to prevent a war, it is to preserve peace. And when we see the aggressive actions of President Putin against Ukraine, it has led to a big reinforcement of our presence in Latvia and also in other parts of the eastern flank of our alliance. And I would like to commend Canada, Spain, and also Latvia as a host nation for really demonstrating unity, demonstrating commitment to our collective defense. And as long as we stand together, North America and Europe in NATO, we are all safe because we are by far the strongest alliance in history. And the unity is much stronger than President Putin expected. He wants less NATO, he's getting more NATO. He wanted to divide us. He's getting a more united alliance. So we are here to preserve peace, prevent war, and that's the reason why we are increasing our defensive deterrence presence in Latvia and in the rest of the eastern part of the alliance.
Vladimir Putin made a fundamental miscalculation. He thought Ukraine was weak, and he thought NATO was divided. He's been shown how wrong he is. Ukrainians are strong and courageous and standing up to defend their land. And NATO has never been more united and determined than we are now. And I know I can speak for all NATO members when I say we will all abide by Article 5.
En français, s'il vous plaît.
Je peux vous dire que Vladimir Poutine a fait une grave erreur en pensant que les Ukrainiens étaient faibles et que l'OTAN était divisée. Il a vu qu'au contraire, l'Ukraine est très forte et se bat avec un courage incroyable et inspirant. Et il voit aussi que l'OTAN est plus unie que jamais et déterminée à démontrer cette unité à tous les jours. Et je peux parler pour tous les membres de l'OTAN quand je dis que nous allons tous suivre l'article 5.
Paldies, mums laiks ir beidzies. Paldies visiem par dalību preskonferenci noslēgusies.
Good morning, folks. Sorry to keep you waiting. It was a couple phone calls. Today, I'm announcing the United States is targeting the main artery of Russia's economy. We're banning all imports of Russian oil and gas and energy. That means Russian oil will no longer be acceptable at U.S. ports, and the American people will deal another powerful blow to Putin's war machine. This is a move that has strong bipartisan support in the Congress and, I believe, in the country. Americans have rallied to support their Ukrainian people and made it clear we will not be part of subsidizing Putin's war. We made this decision in close consultation with our allies and our partners around the world, particularly in Europe, because a united response to Putin's aggression has been my overriding focus, to keep all NATO and all of the EU and our allies totally united. We're moving forward with this ban, understanding that many of our European allies and partners may not be in a position to join us. The United States produces far more oil domestically than all the European countries combined. In fact, we're a net exporter of energy. So we can take this step when others cannot. But we're working closely with Europe and our partners to develop a long-term strategy to reduce their dependence on Russian energy as well. Our teams are actively discussing how to make this happen, and today we remain united. We remain united in our purpose to keep pressure mounting on Putin and his war machine. This is a step that we're taking to inflict further pain on Putin, but there will be cost as well here in the United States. I said I would level with the American people from the beginning, and when I first spoke to this, I said defending freedom is going to cost. It's going to cost us as well in the United States. Republicans and Democrats understand that. Republicans and Democrats alike have been clear that we must do this. Over the last week, I've spoken with President Zelenskyy several times to hear from him about the situation on the ground and to consult and continue to consult with our European allies and about U.S. support for Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. Thus far, we've provided more than $1 billion in security assistance to Ukraine. Shipments of defensive weapons are arriving in Ukraine every day from the United States, and we, the United States, are the ones coordinating the delivery of our allies and partners of similar weapons, from Germany to Finland to the Netherlands. We're working that out. We're also providing humanitarian support for the Ukrainian people, both those still in Ukraine and those who have fled safely to a neighboring country. We're working with humanitarian organizations to surge tens of thousands of tons of food, water, and medical supplies into Ukraine, and with more on the way. Over the weekend, I sent Secretary Blinken to visit the border between Poland and Ukraine and to Moldova to see what the situation was firsthand and report back. General Milley, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of our Defense Department, was also in Europe, meeting with his counterparts and allies on NATO's eastern flank to reassure them, those countries bordering Russia, NATO countries, that we will keep our NATO commitment, a sacred commitment of Article 5. The Vice President Harris is going to be traveling to meet with our allies in Poland and Romania later this week as well. I've made it clear that the United States will share in the responsibility of caring for the refugees so the costs do not fall entirely on the European countries bordering Ukraine. And yesterday I spoke with my counterparts in France, Germany, and the United Kingdom about Russia's escalating violence against Ukraine and the steps that we're going to take together with our allies and partners around the world to respond to this aggression. We are enforcing the most significant package of economic sanctions in history, and it's causing significant damage to Russia's economy. It has caused Russian economy to, frankly, crater. The Russian ruble is now down to 50%, by 50% since Putin's announced his war. 1 ruble is now worth less than 1 American penny. 1 ruble is less than 1 American penny. And we're preventing Russia's central bank from propping up the ruble and to keep its value up. They're not going to be able to do that now. We cut Russia's largest banks from the international financial system, and it has crippled their ability to do business with the rest of the world. In addition, we're choking off Russia's access to technology like semiconductors that are and sap its economic strength and weaken its military for years to come. Major companies are pulling out of Russia entirely without even being asked, not by us. Over the weekend, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, they all suspended their services in Russia, all of them. Joining a growing list of American and global companies from Ford to Nike to Apple, they've suspended their operations in Russia. The U.S. Stock Exchange has halted trading of many Russian securities. And the private sector is united against Russia's vicious war of choice. The U.S. Department of Justice has assembled a dedicated task force to go after the crimes of Russian oligarchs. And we're joining with our European allies to find and seize their yachts, their luxury apartments, their private jets, and all their ill-begotten gains to make sure that they share in the pain of Putin's war. These, by the way, are giant yachts. You've put some of them in your press. I mean, some of them are, I think I read one was over 400 feet long. I mean, this is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. The decision today is not without cost here at home. Putin's war is already hurting American families at the gas pump. Since Putin began his military buildup on Ukrainian borders, just since then, the price of the gas at the pump in America went up 75 cents. And with this action, it's going to go up further. I'm going to do everything I can to minimize Putin's price hike here at home. In coordination with our partners, we've already announced that we're releasing 60 million barrels of oil from our joint oil reserves. Half of that, 30 million, is coming from the United States. And we're taking steps to ensure the reliable supply of global energy. We're also going to keep working with every tool at our disposal to protect American families and businesses. Now, let me say this. To the oil and gas companies and to the finance firms that back them, we understand Putin's war against the people of Ukraine is causing prices to rise. We get that. That's self-evident. But, it's no excuse to exercise excessive price increases or padding profits or any kind of effort to exploit this situation or American consumers, exploit them. Russia's aggression is costing us all, and it's no time for profiteering or price gouging. I want to be clear about what we'll not tolerate, but I also want to acknowledge those firms and oil and gas industries that are pulling out of Russia and joining other businesses that are leading by example. This is a time when we have to do our part and make sure we're not taking advantage. Look, let me be clear about two other points. First, it's simply not true that my administration or policies are holding back domestic energy production. That's simply not true. Even amid the pandemic, companies in the United States pumped more oil during my first year in office than they did during my predecessor's first year. We're approaching a record levels of oil and gas production in the United States, and we're on track to set a record of oil production next year. In the United States, 90% of onshore oil production takes place on land that isn't owned by the federal government. And of the remaining 10% that occurs on federal land, the oil and gas industry has millions of acres leased. They have 9,000 permits to drill now. They could be drilling right now, yesterday, last week, last year. They have 9,000 to drill onshore that are already approved. So let me be clear. They are not using them for production now. That's their decision. These are the facts. We should be honest about the facts. Second, this crisis is a stark reminder to protect our economy over the long term, we need to become energy independent. I've had numerous conversations over the last 3 months with our European friends of how they have to wean themselves off of Russian oil. It's just not tenable. It should motivate us to accelerate the transition to clean energy. This is a perspective that our European allies share, and the future where together we can achieve greater independence. Loosening environmental regulations or pulling back clean energy investment will not lower energy prices for families. But transforming our economy to run on electric vehicles powered by clean energy with tax credits to help American families winterize their homes and use less energy, that will help. And if we do what we can, it will mean that no one has to worry about the price of the gas pump in the future. That'll mean tyrants like Putin won't be able to use fossil fuels as weapons against other nations. And it will make America a world leader, manufacturing and exporting clean energy technologies of the future to countries all around the world. This is the goal we should be racing toward. Over the last 2 weeks, the Ukrainian people have inspired the world, and I mean that in a literal sense. They've inspired the world with their bravery, their patriotism, their defiant determination to live free. Putin's war has caused enormous suffering and needless loss of life from women, children, everyone in Ukraine. Both Ukraine and, I might add, Russians. Ukrainian leaders, as well as leaders around the world, have repeatedly called for a ceasefire, for humanitarian relief, for real diplomacy. But Putin seems determined to continue on his murderous path, no matter the cost. Putin's now targeting cities and has been targeting cities and civilians, schools, hospitals, apartment buildings. Last week, he attacked the largest nuclear power plant in Europe with an apparent disregard for the potential of triggering a nuclear meltdown. He has already turned 2 million Ukrainians into refugees. Russia may continue to grind out its advance at a horrible price, but this much is already clear. Ukraine will never be a victory for Putin. Putin may be able to take a city, but he'll never be able to hold the country. And if we do not respond to Putin's assault on global peace and stability today, the cost of freedom and to the American people will be even greater tomorrow. So we're going to continue to support the brave Ukrainian people as they fight for their country. And I call on Congress to pass the $12 billion Ukraine assistance package that I have asked them for of late. Ukrainian people are demonstrating by their physical courage that they are not about to just let Putin take what he wants. That's clear. They'll defend their freedom, their democracy, their lives. And we're going to keep providing security assistance, economic assistance, and humanitarian assistance. We're going to support them against tyranny, oppression, violent acts of subjugation. People everywhere, and I think it's maybe even surprised some of you all, people everywhere are speaking up for freedom. And when the history of this war is written, Putin's war on Ukraine will have left Russia weaker and the rest of the world stronger. May God bless all those heroes in Ukraine. And now I'm off to Texas. Thank you very, very much. I know there's a lot of questions. I know there's a lot of questions, but there's a lot more that has to be made clear, and I'm going to hold on that until we get more information. Thank you. Appreciate it.
to address members of this House about the situation in this country. That is why I have suspended the formal business of the House in order to hear the President's address. We have also been joined by the Ukraine ambassador. President Zelenskyy, we have watched the situation unfold in your country with increasing concern, but also with increasing admiration for the courage, the fortitude displayed by you and your fellow Ukrainians. Mr. President, you are welcome to address members of the House of Commons and the Lords. You now have the floor. President.
Пане спікер, пане прем'єр-міністре, члени уряду, парламенту, лорди, леді та джентльмени. Я звертаюся до усіх людей Сполученого Королівства, до усіх людей Великої Британії, великого народу з великою історією. Я звертаюся до вас як громадянин, як президент, але теж великої країни. З великою мрією і великою боротьбою. Я хочу розказати вам про наші 13 днів. 13 днів війни, міцної війни, яку ми не розпочинали і не хотіли, але ведемо. Тому що не хочемо втратити те, що в нас є, те, що наше. Україну, так само, як ви не хотіли втратити свій острів, коли нацисти готувалися розпочати битву за вашу велику державу, битву за Британію. 13 днів нашого захисту. У перший день, о 4-й ранку, на нас полетіли крилаті ракети. Так, що всі прокинулись. Ми, діти, всі ми, живі люди, вся Україна. І відтоді не спить. Ми всі стали до зброї, ставши великою армією. На другий день відбивалась від атак у повітрі, на суші, на морі. І наші героїчні прикордонники на острові Зміїний, у Чорному морі розповіли всім про фінал війни. А саме, куди зрештою відправиться ворог. Коли російський корабель вимагав від наших хлопців скласти зброю, вони відповіли йому так міцно, як не можна казати в парламенті. І ми відчули силу, велику силу нашого народу, який до кінця гнатиме окупанта. На третій день російські війська, не ховаючись, били просто по людям, по житловим будинках, артилерією, авіабомбами. І це остаточно показало нам, показало світу, хто є хто. Хто великі люди, а хто просто звірі. На четвертий, коли полонених ми вже почали брати десятками, ми не втратили гідність і не знущались над ними. Ми ставимось до них як до людей, бо ми лишились людьми на четвертий день цієї ганебної війни. На п'ятий день терор проти нас вже був відвертим. Проти міст, проти маленьких містечок, зруйновані райони, бомби, бомби знов, бомби на будинки, на школи, на лікарні. І це геноцид, який не зламав нас, мобілізував нас, кожного з нас і кожну. і дав нам відчуття великої правди. На 6-й день російські ракети упали на Бабин-Яр. Це місце, де нацисти стратили 100 тисяч людей у роки Другої світової війни. Через 80 років по тому Росія вбила їх вдруге. На 7-й день ми зрозуміли, що вони руйнують навіть церкви бомбами, знов ракетами. Вони не знають святого і великого, як знаємо ми. На 8-й день світ побачив, що з російських танків стріляють по атомній електростанції, найбільшій в Європі. І світ почав розуміти, що це терор проти всіх. Це великий терор. На 9-й ми слухали зустріч країн НАТО. І без бажаного для нас результату, без мужності. Так, ми відчули це. Я не хочу нікого образити. Ми це відчули, що альянси не діють. Навіть небо закрити не можуть. І тому гарантії безпеки в Європі треба будувати з нуля. На 10-й день беззбройні українці в окупованих містах протестували повсюдно, масово, зупиняючи бронетехніку голіруч. Ми стали незламними. На 11-й день, коли бомбили вже житлові райони, коли від вибухів усе руйнувалось, коли евакуювали дітей, пошкодженою онколікарні, дитячою онколікарні, ми усвідомили, українці стали героями. Сотні тисяч людей, цілі міста, діти, дорослі, всі. На 12-й, коли втрати російської армії вже перевищили 10 тисяч вбитих, у цьому рахунку з'явився і генерал. І це дало нам впевненість, за усі злочини, за усі ганебні накази буде, все ж таки буде відповідальність Міжнародного суду або української зброї. На 13-й день у блокованому російськими військами Маріуполі померла дитина від зневоднення. Від зневоднення. Вони не пускають ні харчові продукти, ні воду, не дають людям. Просто заблокували, і вони в підвалах. Я думаю, всі чують, там у людей немає води. За 13 днів російського вторгнення було вбито 50 дітей. 50 великих мучеників. Це страшно. Пустота. Замість 50 всесвітів, які могли би жити. А вони їх зібрали. Просто забрали. Велика Британія. Україна не прагнула цього, не шукала величі, але стала великою. За ці дні цієї війни. України, яка рятує людей попри терор окупантів, яка захищає свободу попри удари однієї з найбільших армій світу, яка обороняється попри відкрите небо, все ще відкрите, все ще для російських ракет, літаків, гвинтокрилів. Бути чи не бути? Ви добре знаєте, це шекспірівське питання. 13 днів тому це питання ще могло прозвучати про Україну. Але зараз вже ні. Очевидно, що бути. Очевидно, що бути вільним. І де, як не тут нагадати вам слова, які Великобританія вже чула, і які знову актуальні. Ми не здамося і не програємо. Ми підемо до кінця, ми будемо боротися на морях, будемо битися в повітрі, ми будемо захищати нашу землю, якою не була ціна. Ми будемо битися в лісах, полях, на узбережжях, у містах і селах, на вулицях, ми будемо битися на пагорбах. Я хочу від себе додати, ми будемо битися всюди, на териконах, на березі Кальміуса і Дніпра, і ми не здамося. Звичайно, вашою допомогою. допомогою цивілізації. Цивілізації великих країн з підтримкою вашою, за яку ми вдячні і на яку ми дуже розраховуємо. І я окремо тобі вдячний, Борисе, мій друже. Посилюйте санкції проти держави-терориста. Визнайте її, нарешті, державою-терористом. Знайдіть спосіб зробити безпечним наше українське небо. Зробіть те, що ви можете, те, що ви повинні, до чого зобов'язує велич вашої держави і вашого народу. Слава великій Україні, слава Великій Британії.
Best of luck to Ukraine and to the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the House of Commons, I want to thank you for speaking to us and for giving us very clearly and powerful perspective of the tragic situation facing you and fellow Ukrainians. We have debated the situation in Ukraine numerous times in recent weeks, and I know that we will continue to do so, and that when we do so, your words will be resonating with us. I want to express the solidarity of the House of Commons with you, your compatriots, and we salute the courage of the people of Ukraine. Thank you, and our prayers are with you.
Mr. Speaker.
Just let me say. We'll now resume with the formal sittings of the House. Order, order. I will take the points of order from the leaders of the main parties before we return to the opposition day. I call the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A point of order, with your permission, Mr. Speaker. May I say that never before in all our centuries of our parliamentary democracy has the House listened to such an address. In a great European capital, now within range of Russian guns, President Volodymyr Zelenskyy is standing firm for democracy and for freedom. In his righteous defense, I believe he has moved the hearts of everybody in this House. At this moment, ordinary Ukrainians are defending their homes and their families against a brutal assault. And they are, by their actions, inspiring millions by their courage and their devotion. And I think today, one of the proudest boasts in the free world is Ya Ukrainets. I am a Ukrainian. So this is a moment for us to put our political differences aside, Mr. Speaker. And I know I speak for the whole House when I say that Britain and our allies are determined to press on with supplying our Ukrainian friends with the weapons they need to defend their homeland as they deserve. To press on with tightening the economic vice around Vladimir Putin, and we will stop importing Russian oil, Mr. Speaker, and my right honourable friend, the Business Secretary, will update the House on that tomorrow. And we will employ every method that we can, diplomatic, humanitarian and economic, Mr. Speaker, until Vladimir Putin has failed in this disastrous venture and Ukraine is free once more.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, every one of us has been moved by the bravery, the resolve and the leadership of President Zelenskyy. Invading troops march through his streets, shells rain down on his people, and assassins seek his life. No one would have blamed him for fleeing, but instead he has stayed in Kyiv to lead the Ukrainian people and to fight. He's reminded us that our freedom and our democracy are invaluable. He's prompted the world into action where too often we've let Putin have his way. He's inspired the Ukrainian people to resist and frustrated the Russian war machine. He has shown his strength, and we must show him and the Ukrainian people our commitment and our support. Labour stands for the unity at home and abroad that will isolate the Putin regime. Labour stands for the toughest sanctions that will cripple the Russian state. Labour stands for providing Ukraine with the arms it needs to fight off their invaders. Labour stands with President Zelenskyy, with Ukraine, with democracy. Slava Ukraini. Thank you, Mr.
Leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your forbearance, if I can make a point of order. President Zelenskyy, we salute you. We stand with the people of Ukraine on the basis of the act of aggression, on the act of war of Putin. We must do all that we can to send support to Ukraine, to send the weapons that they need to defend themselves, to make sure that we sanction the regime in Moscow, that we deliver the clearest message to President Putin, that this will end in failure for him, that he will face justice at the International Court. We must stand in this House, throughout these islands, throughout the Western world, in defence of democracy, in defence of sovereignty. Peace, justice, and the sovereignty of Ukraine must prevail. Let's make sure that we stand with our friends. We stand against those that have been bombed. We make sure that those that need our support, that need our sanctuary, will find a welcoming hand in these islands. Mr. President, we thank you. We salute you. Slavia Ukraine.
Ed Davey.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Hearing the words of President Zelenskyy should embolden us all. They serve as a reminder of all that we stand for, of all which so many Ukrainians are so bravely fighting for, a bravery exemplified by President Zelenskyy himself. That we should never take for granted our values of democracy, of freedom, and of our security. And though we in this House may disagree on many things, we stand together for those values, and together we stand together with the Ukrainian people. Mr. Speaker, it is right that we strengthen our support for Ukraine with military aid, with toughest of sanctions. And it's in that support that we should also recognise the people of Ukraine and indeed President Zelenskyy. I'm sure the whole House would agree that President Zelenskyy should be granted one of our nation's highest honours, an honorary knighthood. And I look forward to the day when we welcome back to this House President Zelenskyy in person.
Sir Geoffrey Donaldson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a point of order, we commend President Zelenskyy and the people of Ukraine, and we stand with them in this their time of strife. But our response will not be judged by the volume or strength of our applause for President Zelenskyy. It will be judged by the volume and strength of our response to his request for help, for practical military support, and for humanitarian assistance for the people of Ukraine. We pray for their success. We dare not let them down.
Can I also like to thank the staff and the contractors for making this happen? And when you leave the chamber, can you please hand in your headsets on the way out? Where you got them from? I will now let the chamber clear. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, definitely.
We've got some things to sort out still, haven't we?
Yes, we will. We're going to get contact.
Get in touch with you.
We will indeed. We'll get sorted. Thank you, Bridget. Thanks, Mark. No problem. Thank you, everybody. It's been good. Positive. The House at its best, not in this Just let the house chip in. We've got to get everybody in, don't worry. Chief?
I don't know my office.
Yeah, let's go.
Water as well. Get them from the country.
That's fine. I don't want, yeah. We all.
When you're ready.
Can that Wilson go if she wants?
Well, you just get into the I'll just introduce it.
All right, I'll just do it and then,
Yeah, there's those early anyway.
First opposition day, are we ready? Yeah. Just let people go, it's still going. Yeah. Really well. I thought it was excellent. No, it's good. Yeah. People have listened to it on the BBC, that was more sensible on the Hamilton sex.
Yeah, about the reception, lesson learned.
Yeah. Okay, well done. Okay, are we all ready?
set up the Solidarity Platform. That is part of the Temporary Protection Directive. That is where we, together with member states, see where there are reception capacities. Different member states step in and give support. So it's not only the member states on the first entry that are doing most. But having said that, it's also, we have to thank Poland, Romania, Hungary and Slovakia for what they are doing. Thank the citizens, the volunteers, the NGOs, the border guards, the police, the national, the local, the regional authorities, the governments, and companies that are also stepping up to give jobs to the refugees that are now coming. It's necessary that we can step up when it comes to funding. It's necessary that we will step up when it comes to better protection of children, and there are different kinds of additional things that we need to do. Many of you have raised the need of now to make progress on the pact. It's really necessary that we will have a common European asylum and migration system. And we have, under this French Council presidency, I must say, we have a new momentum. Let's use this new unprecedented situation with this unprecedented unity in the Council to act in solidarity to also make progress on the pact on migration and asylum. Unfortunately, things are going to get worse. Putin will continue to kill people, wound people, destroy the cities. More people will flee. We are facing a great test. I count on you in Parliament to be able to face that. We're going to have to do unprecedented actions, unprecedented fundings, unprecedented speed, and unprecedented solidarity. It's going to be needed, and I count on your support on that. Thank you very much, and thank you all for your contributions to this debate.
We thank you. Madam, our next speaker from the Council is Madam Klinkert-Brigitte.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, Madame la Commissaire, Mesdames et Messieurs les députés. Je tiens à remercier tous ceux qui ont fait de leur mieux pour soutenir les personnes qui ont fui la guerre pendant les premiers jours de la crise. Nous nous engageons tous à continuer ce travail. Nous exprimons aussi notre totale solidarité avec le gouvernement et avec le peuple ukrainien. Nous n'oublions pas que nous devons faire preuve de solidarité à l'égard des États de première entrée, la Pologne, la Hongrie, la Roumanie, la Slovaquie, mais aussi la Moldavie savent qu'ils peuvent compter sur l'Union européenne. Nous avons bien pris en compte la demande de la Commission Libé du Parlement s'entendre sur une feuille de route commune en matière d'asile. La présidence a proposé sur le pacte asile et migration une approche graduelle consistant à avancer au Conseil sur les sujets les plus consensuels pour créer les conditions d'avancée permettant d'allier responsabilité et solidarité en matière d'asile et de migration. Nous espérons, avec le Parlement européen, avancer durant les prochaines semaines. Nous continuerons, vous pouvez en être sûr, à progresser sur cette question au sein du Conseil. Je vous remercie.
Merci. Die Aussprache ist damit geschlossen. Als nächster Punkt der Tagesordnung folgt die Erklärung der Kommission über die Lage in Bosnien und Herzegowina. Es finden bei dieser Debatte die gleichen Regeln statt, wie wir sie bereits gewohnt sind. Und ich darf im Namen der Kommission Herrn Kommissar Vaherli Olivier zu Wort bitten.
You have the floor, sir.
Dear President,
Good afternoon, dear members of the Parliament. 30 years after the bloody breakup of Yugoslavia with the Russian invasion in Ukraine, the war is back on European soil. Once again, we are witnessing extreme human suffering, with many lives lost and millions fleeing Ukraine. The last weeks and the changing geopolitical constellations have brought the need for peace back on the top of our agenda. This also means that the stability and security of the Western Balkans have never been so important as they are today. The debate on the situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina is very timely. When I met Bosnia and Herzegovina's political leadership for the first time in 2020, we discussed what needed to be done for the candidate status for the country. The agreement on the election in Mostar after 12 years of blockage was a breakthrough and gave us a fresh impetus after years of standstill. Unfortunately, 2021 was a lost year for Bosnia and Herzegovina. Although it was not an election year, we have seen no real progress on the EU path and on the implementation of the 14 key priorities. Indeed, we have seen growing political divisions throughout the country at different levels. These divisions were aggravated even further with the non-recognition of the new High Representative and with the boycotting of state institutions. All of this is negatively affecting not just Bosnia and Herzegovina on its EU path, but also the everyday life of the people and businesses. We need constructive dialogue and political will from all sides to move forward on the EU path. This is all the more important in the changed international context following Russia's war on Ukraine. These events have in fact confirmed Bosnia and Herzegovina's European commitment. The country has aligned with EU statements and decisions on Ukraine, which we very much welcome. A lot of hope and efforts have been run away. I can understand.
But obviously had a very particular focus on Ukraine. The intelligence community, I think, did extraordinary work to inform policymakers, the president, the cabinet, but also our friends and allies, what Putin was intending. And the decision by the administration to make so much of that intelligence public prior to the invasion, I think, stripped Putin of any disguise. This was a brutal and naked act of aggression by Russia against Ukraine. I think Putin seriously miscalculated in many respects, miscalculated the resolve of the Ukrainian people to fight back. They're fighting back with great heroism, but also miscalculated the response of the rest of the world, which was to come together on a very punishing set of sanctions. Was very pleased to see the president today banning Russian oil and gas, and we're following up with legislation which we expect to be on the floor as soon as later today. And we will explore other steps to further isolate Russia and its economy and raise the costs to Russia and the Russian people for this monstrous act of aggression. So I think we're doing what we should do. I think we're doing what we can do. And we're going to just continue to ratchet up the pressure. And happy to respond to your questions. Yes.
Chairmanship, ahead of the hearing, the report made clear that intelligence suggests there's no intelligence to suggest that Russia wants direct conflict with the United States. Do you feel like that intelligence still holds? Do you think things have shifted since then?
I think it's certainly the case that Putin understands how much he has taken on with Ukraine. I think it has been a brutal realization, not just how well the Ukrainians are fighting, but how poorly his own troops are doing. So I think he feels, or should feel, that he has his hands full more than his hands full. At the same time, we have to be very careful, and I think the administration is, to make sure that we don't get in a shooting war between the United States and Russia. And the nuclear saber-rattling by Putin, I think, is destabilizing and dangerous, and obviously we're taking whatever statements that he makes seriously. But I think the Russians have taken on more than they can handle with Ukraine in and of itself.
I was struck by how many times people said things about how Putin's thinking seems to have hardened, he's kind of locked in, he's isolated, whatever the case may be. Do you think people who talk about this need to kind of retire the idea that there's an off-ramp for Putin? And I guess how else does this end? It's hard to see if he can't win, but he also can't lose, how this ends.
You know, sadly, that's true, and I asked Director Burns that very question. Indeed, I think every briefing I've had since before the initial conduct of the war, I asked the variation of that question: how is this supposed to end? Because even before the initiation of this war of choice by Putin, it was unclear how his expectations could possibly be validated by the facts on the ground. And in fact, I think he's been deadly wrong, and yet our expectation also was that if he was wrong and he met stiff resistance, he would only double down and treble down. And that's what he's done. That's what we expect he'll continue to do. And so it is very hard to figure out what's the off-ramp. I think what we can do is just continue to escalate the price that he and Russia have to pay for this. And I think the Russian people are starting to feel the real brunt of this as they see their savings wiped out, as they see the cost of basic necessities go beyond their reach, and as they see their increasing isolation in the world. And one thing Putin does fear is the ability of the Russian people to rise up against him. It's why he reacted so harshly to the color revolutions, and particularly the Orange Revolution in Ukraine. I think until he feels that his own regime is at risk, it's hard to see him looking for an exit ramp. And so we have to continue to increase the pressure.
Mr. Chairman, you used the phrase escalate the cost, that the U.S. has to continue to escalate the cost. Is there a risk of escalating too far, pushing too far, and putting Putin in a place, a point of no return, to use a phrase?
I mean, there is, I think, already a terrible humanitarian disaster in Ukraine with millions of refugees, thousands and thousands of casualties. And so we're already there in terms of a terrible outcome. There is really no good outcome except Russia getting out, and even then it's been catastrophic. I think that the bigger risk with Putin is always to show weakness rather than strength. So I think we have to continue to strengthen the cost to Russia. One thing he is, he was wrong in a lot of his expectations. There is one expectation that I believe he has that only time will tell whether he's right or wrong, and that is he expects that the United States and the West will lose its resolve. He expects that he cares more about dominating Ukraine than the rest of the world cares about Ukrainian democracy or sovereignty, and we have to prove him wrong in that. And so I think we are off to a very powerful start in terms of our cohesion, and we have to keep it that way.
Chairman, to that point, you're making clear that the U.S. needs to be strong in its resolve in terms of punishing Russia and make them feel, on the worldwide stage, how they're going to continue to be punished for these actions. With legislation you mentioned that's coming to the floor today to ban imports of Russian oil, how can we see how this is going to affect our oil at home? We're already seeing oil prices go up. Do you have a concern there in terms of how this could affect Americans' resolve to continue to support this kinds of pressure?
I certainly have a concern over oil and gas prices here at home, which were already high before the conflict, which are going higher still, and that's obviously putting a real hardship on many Americans. I think the Biden administration and Congress will do everything we can to reduce that pressure at home, reduce the impacts that we feel. But I also think, and this is what I hear from my constituents, and I know on a bipartisan basis, it's what my colleagues on both sides of the aisle are hearing, that is they want us to do more. They see these images of horror from Ukraine. They want us to do more. And I think people are willing to understand that there's a cost to the freedom to live our lives as we would and support other democracies in their aspiration to live free. And so I think that there's enormous public support for turning the screws to Russia in any way we can.
Chairman, General Nakasone testified that there's been between 3 and 4 cyber attacks by Russia on Ukraine and tracking. Is this at all surprising or concerning to you, and are there any more details you can give?
It's not surprising. We've been briefed on what Ukraine has been doing. I think the surprise has been that the Russians haven't done more to attack Ukraine with cyber means. But the conflict is still early, and we don't underestimate Russia's willingness to use cyber to go after Ukraine and to go after us, for that matter. And one of our profound concerns, as General Nakasone expressed, is that the Russians have a history of using malware to go after a target and having that malware escape into the wild and cause global damage. So I think that risk is profound. I think it is every bit as profound, frankly, as the risk of Russian cyber criminals attacking U.S. businesses, which we are all also deeply concerned about.
Mr. Schiff, you mentioned weakness, and a lot of Republicans have been accusing Biden of weakness. I wonder if you could just respond to that briefly. And also, is there any sense at all that when the Senate refused to convict President Trump of meddling in Ukraine, if that perhaps showed there was not a solid, unified United States willing to defend Ukraine?
Yes. Well, it certainly is rich to hear many of the same Republican colleagues criticize Biden, who refused to hold President Trump accountable for withholding military aid to Ukraine. And what Americans need to understand about that sordid chapter of our history is Ukraine was even then at war with Russia. It was a long, simmering, but bloody conflict in which Ukrainians were even then dying every week, sometimes every day. And President Trump withheld military assistance approved by Congress on a bipartisan basis, did so because he wanted to pressure Zelenskyy, the same now wartime hero, into trying to smear his opponent. And I think what that told Putin, tragically, is the United States doesn't care about Ukraine, it doesn't care about its people, it doesn't care about its democratic aspirations, It doesn't care if Ukrainians get killed by Russians. I think that's the message Trump's conduct sent, that we would use Ukraine as a political plaything. And I also think that Putin anticipated that that were he to invade Ukraine, he could count on President Trump either to praise him or to criticize Biden, and we've seen tragically both. And so I think that chapter which resulted in the former president's impeachment sadly was an encouragement to Putin and weakened Ukraine even in this fight.
Mr. Chairman, this crisis has already sparked a once-in-a-generation refugee crisis. 1,000,005 people as of a few days ago have left Ukraine. There's been, with Belarus going back a few months, the weaponization of refugees to challenge borders in Poland. If you could speak broadly to what are the global security challenges and the challenges for us here of these refugees leaving Ukraine, and what is the U.S. responsibility here in alleviating the suffering of people that are fleeing their homes and fleeing violence?
Well, thank you. And this is the last question. I think the world has to respond and help these refugees, and we're taking up a package that I think will just be the beginning, frankly. As my understanding is, it'll be a $12 billion package that will provide economic, military, and humanitarian support, but there will be more to come. I know in my home state of California, and I think this is true of the whole country, there is a willingness to take in refugees, to do our part, to try to help those who are fleeing. I do think we have to be concerned about the enormous economic pressure on the countries in which these refugees are fleeing them in such massive numbers. We have seen in other conflicts, like in the war in Syria, the enormous societal impacts of a massive and sudden refugee flow in Europe. And so I think we need to do our part to help the countries to which Ukrainians have fled, to provide them succor, and we need to do the same ourselves. And we need to do so, I think, as a humanitarian matter, and we need to do so as a national security matter as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
question didn't finish. Yeah, do you think so?
Just, all right.
Okay.
Before I get angry.
Yeah, thank you.
in December 2021, when they were 4.5 times higher than in January 2021, driven by the global supply and demand dynamics exacerbated by factors linked to the pandemic and geopolitical tensions, combined with lower than expected imports of fossil gas in Europe, especially from Russia. This has led to fossil gas storage reaching lower than average levels and increasing inflation rates across the Union. We welcome the Commission toolbox in October 2021 as a necessary support to assist Member States to find solutions at their hands to palliate the effects of this sharp increase on vulnerable consumers and businesses. And I welcome the second toolbox, the communication just launched in this afternoon by the Commission and which will be presented in ITRE committee next week. At the time of negotiating this oral question in our committee, Russia hadn't invaded Ukraine. It hadn't even started its so-called military exercises in its border. If anything, the events of the past weeks have only confirmed that we are right to have suspicions of deliberate interference in the EU energy markets. What is clear is that we are certainly more vulnerable than we were a year ago. Our citizens are suffering the consequences of these rising prices in their own pockets. Inflation is heavy on our economy and our industries need our support too. Our gas reserves are sufficient for our immediate needs, but lower than average, and we must replenish them for the next winter too. As the economy is starting to recover from the pandemic, the EU and the member states must find structural solutions to protect and support households, as well as EU industries and enterprises, especially SMEs and micro enterprises. We welcome the new communication adopted today by the Commission on a joint European action for more affordable, secure and sustainable energy. We will give all our attention in the coming days, together with all our work being carried out in the revision of the internal market for gas package. Nevertheless, today we focus a little bit on the matter of potential manipulation in the gas market. We understand that the Commission is carrying out an investigation on possible anti-competitive behaviour in the gas market. What are the preliminary findings and when these conclusions will be public? At the time of negotiating the third energy package, the gas directive included the third country clause in its Article 11, the so-called Gazprom clause, which established a mechanism to award third country companies certification to become a transmission system operator in the Union. The certification process required said companies to prove their activities did not endanger the security of supply in the Union. Has the Commission started to review the certifications awarded? If not, why not? Has the effectiveness of Article 11 in reducing the risks to security of energy supply in the Member States has been assessed? Such assessment would be very welcome in the, for our works in the revision of gas directive. With regards to strategic levels of storage, do the current levels exacerbate our vulnerability to external pressures in the short time? Are there specific thresholds for storage levels defined? What is the current picture of the LNG situation in the Union with regards to third country operators? Could it also be a source of interference? Which concrete market structural changes at EU level could allow Member States to protect consumers in the future against the volatility of the international gas market? And finally, what concrete actions will the Commission undertake to inform better EU citizens about the causes behind the dramatic increase in energy prices they are suffering from? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Die Beantwortung von Seiten der Kommission wird Frau Kommissarin Simpson-Cutty vornehmen.
Honourable members, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. Your questions to me were tabled before the onset of war in Ukraine. Today, they take on an even greater significance in this new reality. I will begin my remarks today on our relations with Gazprom. You asked me whether our rules on the certification of third countries operating in the EU are effective in ensuring our security of supply. This question is even more pertinent today. In this context, I very much welcome the German government's decision not to proceed with the certification process for Nord Stream 2, a project ultimately controlled by Gazprom. At the same time, I believe that our rules on third-party certification are rigorous and effective, as it could not be demonstrated that granting certification would not put at risk the EU's security of supply. Importantly, we are also closely monitoring Gazprom's behaviour in the EU. As you know, we have opened an investigation into possible anti-competitive behaviour by Gazprom in the gas market and whether it has given rise to higher energy prices. And this has been supported by the Ukrainian oil and gas company Naftogaz, and we are still in the fact-finding phase, but we are treating this investigation with an absolute priority. Staying with the topic of high energy prices and security of supply, you have rightly pointed out to the low levels of gas storage available in Europe today. The good news is that, thanks to the mild weather and increased LNG supplies, we expect to be on the safe side for this winter, but we are also getting ready for the next one. In December, we already made proposals to improve the use of storage in the EU and to create the option for joint purchase of reserves. However, we are not stopping there. Today, we have adopted a communication on more affordable, secure and sustainable energy. An important part of this communication is our approach to storage. The communication sets out EU-wide measures to fill storage before next winter. In April, we will bring forward a legislative proposal that will require the underground storage to be at least 90% full by 1st October each year. The proposal will also identify gas storage as critical infrastructure and tackle ownership risks. Beyond these immediate measures, we also need to look to the future. The communication adopted today sets out our vision to reach full independence from Russian gas before the end of this decade. Reducing our reliance on Russian gas includes continuing the work we have done so far on increasing LNG supplies. And in the medium term, more green energy, diversity of energy supplies, and reducing energy demand. We remain firmly on the same course set by Green Deal, but we aim to move much faster. On renewables, we must roll out renewable electricity in the sectors where gas dominates. This means insulating homes, installing heat pumps, solar PVs, and speeding up the completion of wind parks and solar power plants across the EU. Part of this fast-tracking renewables is to look at what barriers still stand in the way. One of our biggest challenges in the renewables deployment today is permitting and authorization for new projects. And we will propose guidance on this and introduce the concept of go-to areas where renewables development will be particularly accelerated. To support this colossal shift in our energy system, we also need the infrastructure in place to match this new volume of renewables. That's why in the communication adopted today, we make a strong call for interconnections and trans-European networks adapted to this new reality. And similarly, consumer empowerment and protection will be key to helping them manage the challenges of even higher and volatile prices. Energy communities will also play an increasing role, allowing citizens to come together to collectively produce and consume electricity. And the prerequisite for this energy system is the full implementation of the Clean Energy Package and the Electricity Directive. This sets the framework for the rollout of smart meters, of demand-side response, and for aggregators who bundle the actions of many small consumers to be big enough to act on the market. Ladies and gentlemen, honourable members, let me finish by saying that we have thoroughly analysed the reasons for the dramatic rise of energy prices at many points along the road. Today's communication takes account of how the energy landscape has changed since our October toolbox, including the Russian aggression in Ukraine. The communication we have adopted today is also a way to be fully transparent with the EU citizens about the causes behind these dramatic increases that they are seeing in their monthly bills and our proposed solutions to address them. At the same time, we look forward to continuing the dialogue with the Parliament and Council and provide further explanations if they are needed. Thank you.
Herzlichen Dank. Ich beginne nun mit den Rednern der Fraktionen und kann mit Herrn Christian Ehler beginnen.
We have Christian Ehler for the EPP.
Mr. President, Madam Commissioner, dear colleagues, in recent months, natural gas prices have experienced historical increases to reach 400% between 2020 and 2021. And represent a considerable cost for industry, companies and households. This is caused by many reasons, obviously, but mainly linked to the geopolitical tensions and lower imports from fossil gas from Russia. With EU gas storage at historical low levels, we witness a growing gas crisis. We need to decrease Europe's energy dependency on Russia. And I would like to thank specifically my colleague, Mr. Nika, that he had been inflicting this discussion of today. So let's not be naive. There's a growing evidence that Gazprom, as Russian gas giant, has been involved in deliberately withholding the significant volumes of gas for the European market, although there has been more than enough natural gas supplies in Russia. Let's be realistic. Gazprom had been surprisingly reduced gas supplies to Europe according to Gazprom's own data. It had supplied 185 billion cubic meters of gas to the so-called far abroad, so to Europe, which is notably lower than the annual exports of between 2017 and 19, and only 3% or 5.8 billion cubic meters higher than in COVID-struck 2020. It's obvious. And the decline of gas supplies to Europe in the second half of 21 is supported by day-to-day EU gas supply statistic provided by Gazprom on its own website. So you can see that in 21 alone, in September, from September to December, the gas supplies running via the Ukrainian gas transit network and via Yamal has been running through Belarus and Poland were reduced by 58% to 51% respectively during that period, in a time where the markets and the demand was exploding. So it's clear that this situation underlines the need of speed up to the launch of a full-scale investigation into Gazprom's alleged manipulation of the European natural gas market. Thank you very much.
Danke, Herr Kollege. Der nächste Redner ist Herr Dan Nica.
The next speaker is Dan Nica.
Mulțumesc, domnule președinte, doamna comisar Simpson. Vă mulțumesc că sunteți în această seară aici. V-am cerut să veniți să avem această discuție pentru că prețurile pe care le registrează energia electrică și gazele naturale în Uniunea Europeană, în România, au atins un nivel de nesuportat. V-am spus și vă repet, este greu de acceptat, imposibil de acceptat că există în România facturile cumulate la electricitate și gaz care sunt mai mari decât salariul minim pe economie, că factura la gaz și electricitate este mai mare decât pensia medie în România, că riscăm să transformăm o țară cum este România, care acum probabil peste 50% dintre gospodării se încadrează în categoria consumatorilor vulnerabili. Ceva este profund greșit. Nu este admisibil ca să avem producători de energie electrică, de exemplu în România, care să vândă energie electrică de 10 ori cât este prețul de cost. Aceasta nu este o economie funcțională, nu este o piață de energie. Acest lucru duce la falimente, în lanț. Zeci de mii de oameni își pierd locul de muncă pentru că nicio firmă nu poate să funcționeze în condițiile în care prețul la energie fluctuează în niște limite pe care nimeni nu le poate nici bănui și nici să le poate să le prevadă. Toate aceste lucruri au dus la o situație absolut de nesuportat. V-am cerut ca să interveniți și să reglementați această piață. Directorul de la ei se răspunde că nu el reglementează piața de energie în sensul de a vedea dacă există comportament de poziție semnificativă sau dominantă de piață. Dar cine, doamna comisar? Cei de la concurență care se ocupă și de reglementarea cartofilor și de reglementarea hainelor? Aceasta este o chestiune care a dus într-o situație fără ieșire foarte multe țări din Uniunea Europeană. Eu cred că situația este generală, iar în România situația a devenit absolut imposibilă. Și v-am mai cerut un lucru. Această, de ultimă oră, datorită situației din Ucraina și a bombardamentelor pe care Rusia le-a întreprins în această țară, să decuplați achiziția comună de gaze de reglementarea pentru piața gazelor, pentru ca să puteți să veniți și să venim cu toții cu o măsură urgentă, pentru că altfel și acum și iarna următoare vom avea probleme cu aceste prețuri uriașe și de-abia peste 2 ani se va previziona că s-ar putea să întâmple ceva. Nimeni nu mai poate rezista, doamna comisar, și ne-a promis ceva, că nimeni nu va fi obligat nici în România și nici în Uniunea Europeană să aleagă între a-și plăti factura la electricitate și a-și cumpăra medicamente sau haine.
Herr Morten Petersen.
Thank you. Morten,
the floor is yours.
Chair, thank you. Commissioner, let me start out by saying that from Renew Europe's side, we're quite happy with the Commission's proposal on a joint European action for more affordable, secure and sustainable energy that was communicated this afternoon. I think it's fair to say that Renew Europe is happy to repower Europe. We still need to go through the text and details, but I think we all find that the Commission is sending a strong message in the very right direction, namely addressing the urgency swiftly with concrete measures. We all know that the European Union relies heavily on Russia for about 40% of our gas demands and 27% of the extra EU's crude oil imports that comes from Russia. And it is also clear to all of us that this can no longer be the case. And in the past 2 weeks, we've been forced to reevaluate, adapt and react, but most importantly, to find a way to protect EU and prevent future crises. And we welcome these short, medium-term plans with the aim to be independent from Russian gas. And we want to work with the Commission in order to see also a concrete 10-year plan for Europe to achieve full energy security, full security of energy supply, in diversification, independence, and by working both on demand and on supply. And we are happy to see this materializing now. I think it's important to say that we all need to support these efforts. And this House has a very important role to play, obviously, in endorsing the Fit for 55 package, in speeding up this work, in raising these ambitions that are on the table right now. Obviously, Member States and Council would have to agree to this as well, which is not a given still. And let me finally just further emphasize the important issue of permitting. The Commissioner touched upon it very well. I think we all need to address this very efficiently. We're looking forward to the Commission's recommendations, but we need more concrete measures on this in order to tackle it and to facilitate deployment of renewables. Happy to work with you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Danke.
Thank you.
Madame Toussaint-Marie.
Madame Marie
Sie
Toussaint.
sind unsere nächste Rednerin.
You're the next speaker.
Face à la guerre menée par Vladimir Poutine à l'Ukraine, l'Europe a montré un visage ferme, uni et déterminé. Et pourtant, nous continuons à financer l'effort de guerre russe à hauteur de 700 millions d'euros par jour parce que nous nous sommes liés les mains au gaz russe. L'ironie du sort, c'est que c'est aujourd'hui Poutine lui-même qui menace de couper le robinet européen de gaz russe Nord Stream 1. Notre impératif pour une paix durable, pour notre indépendance, pour le climat, pour la démocratie, pour la justice sociale, c'est effectivement d'accélérer la transition énergétique et de mettre un terme à notre consommation de gaz russe en particulier, mais d'énergie fossile en règle générale. J'entends aujourd'hui des voix nombreuses nous proposer de remplacer notre dépendance au gaz russe par des gaz venant d'ailleurs, du gaz de schiste américain, du gaz liquéfié venant du Qatar ou d'autres énergies fossiles venant quasiment toujours de zones à risque. Ce serait une aberration. Une autre voie est possible, d'abord à travers l'efficacité énergétique, pourtant peu mobilisée par la Commission dans la communication d'aujourd'hui, mais aussi accélérer sur les renouvelables à un rythme sans précédent. Nous devons demander aux industries européennes de réduire leur consommation avec des mécanismes d'interruptibilité, mais aussi parce que 64% des processus industriels utilisent un gaz qui peut être remplacé. Que dire des engrais chimiques qui, à eux seuls, absorbent 2,5% du gaz consommé en France? De l'argent peut et doit être mobilisé en taxant les surprofits des pétrogazières, mais aussi en réorientant les fonds publics aujourd'hui investis dans les énergies fossiles vers les énergies renouvelables. Alors, chers collègues, nous avons besoin d'orienter tous les fonds qui sont sur la table vers la transition. Demain, je vous demande de voter pour la motion d'objection à la 5e liste PCI qui contient encore de nombreux projets gaziers pour qu'elle soit 100% renouvelable vers l'efficacité énergétique aussi. Aucun des projets gaziers qu'elle ne contient ne sera utile à la crise puisqu'aucun de ces projets ne sera créé dans les 5 ans. À l'opposé, ces projets nous enfermeront dans les énergies fossiles pour encore plusieurs décennies. Et ne nous laissons pas berner. Les nouveaux terminaux de LNG ne sont pas non plus des solutions, puisque nous utilisons à peine 40% des capacités actuelles de l'Europe. Nous avons besoin de tout cet argent, au contraire, pour des projets électriques renouvelables. Alors, au nom des 107 députés signataires de cette motion d'objection, je demande à la Commission de nous présenter au plus vite une nouvelle liste 100% efficacité énergétique et 100% renouvelable. Construisons ensemble un avenir qui soit respectueux du climat et vers un monde de paix.
Σας ευχαριστώ. Για την ομάδα Ταυτότητα και Δημοκρατία, το λόγο έχει για 2 λεπτά ο κύριος Μπόρκι.
Grazie Presidente. La situazione è insostenibile, la recessione è un passo e questo è il momento di passare dalle parole alle soluzioni. Però servono anche le assunzioni di responsabilità. È il fallimento di un'idea di Europa globalizzata costretta ad importare tutto, dalle mascherine ai respiratori durante la prima fase
di pandemia, mentre oggi ci siamo svegliati realizzando che abbiamo sbagliato tutto sulla politica energetica. Questo è anche il fallimento di una politica industriale sconfitta dal neoliberismo, impotente di fronte alla concorrenza internazionale. Le logiche di mercato sono saltate, visto che ieri il TTF ha visto il prezzo del gas pari a 16 volte rispetto a quanto lo era un anno prima. La dipendenza dal gas russo non si supera in un giorno, ma riflettano quanti in quest'Aula si sono sistematicamente opposti all'alternativa, boicottando per esempio la creazione del corridoio meridionale del gas. Serve tornare ad attingere dai giacimenti del Mediterraneo. Il GNL, il gas naturale liquido, è una soluzione, ma è costosa, ha limiti di quantità, ci sono limiti a livello di infrastrutture, mentre delle rinnovabili conosciamo i pregi ma anche i tanti limiti. Infine serve riflettere sul Green Deal. Le politiche di contenimento delle emissioni hanno contribuito ad innalzare i prezzi di materie prime ed energia, nonostante la Commissione europea, rispondendo a una mia interrogazione, abbia negato l'evidenza. Il Green Deal ha una tabella di marcia ai limiti dell'irrealizzabile. La riattivazione delle capacità produttive del carbone sta riportando con i piedi per terra quanti pensavano che con le rinnovabili fossimo a posto. Se non cambia l'impostazione, se questo Parlamento e la Commissione non fanno un'onesta autocritica, allora il Green Deal diventa un problema, non la soluzione.
Σας ευχαριστώ. Για την ομάδα των συντηρητικών έχει το λόγο τώρα για 1,5 λεπτό η κυρία Σίτλο.
Panie Przewodniczący, Szanowna Pani Komisarz, Szanowni Państwo. Ja, słuchając niektórych z Państwa wypowiedzi, mam wrażenie, że nie dotarło jeszcze do wielu z Was, że my jesteśmy dzisiaj w zupełnie innym czasie niż przed 24 lutego. To jest czas wojny. Na naszym kontynencie w Europie jest wojna i potrzebujemy na ten czas szybkich, zdecydowanych i przede wszystkim skutecznych decyzji, jeżeli chodzi o bezpieczeństwo energetyczne. Dobrze, że Komisja podjęła dzisiaj decyzję o wstrzymaniu dostaw rosyjskiego gazu, ropy i paliw kopalnych do Europy. Dobrze, że wyciągamy błędy, że wyciągane są wnioski z błędów wcześniej popełnionych. Ale musimy mieć świadomość, Szanowni Państwo, że odnawialne źródła energii, zielona energia, Zielony Ład, projekt Fit for 55 nie rozwiążą bezpieczeństwa energetycznego. Dzisiaj jesteśmy w szczególnym czasie i potrzebne są szczególne decyzje, a więc rewizja dotychczasowych planów energetycznych tutaj w Unii Europejskiej. Na ten czas wojenny musimy powrócić, zrewidować nasz negatywny stosunek Unii Europejskiej do paliw kopalnych naszych, europejskich, węgla, naszego gazu. Trzeba myśleć o atomie. To oczywiście zielone źródła energii również. To jest ten miks energetyczny, który zapewni nam bezpieczeństwo. Fit for 55 doprowadzi do jeszcze większego ubóstwa energetycznego mieszkańców Europy. Musimy o tym pamiętać. Dziękuję bardzo.
Σας ευχαριστώ. Το λόγο τώρα έχει για την ομάδα της αριστεράς για 1 λεπτό η κυρία Ρέγκο.
Gracias, presidente. Señora comisaria de Energía, hago mías las palabras de la Comisión. Tenemos que llegar a ser independientes del gas ruso. Sin embargo, usted y yo sabemos que para responder a esta emergencia no basta con reducir la dependencia. Además, es imprescindible cambiar sus reglas del juego para la fijación de precios. Su fallido modelo de mercado marginalista, que por cierto no se atreven a tocar. Permítame un ejemplo. En mi país, ahora mismo, cerca de las 8 de la tarde, vamos a pagar 700 euros el megavatio hora, aunque solo el 1% de la generación eléctrica dependa directamente del gas ruso. Un chantaje posible porque el mercado de la energía en Europa está diseñado para hinchar los beneficios de las grandes eléctricas. Por eso no basta con diversificar el origen del gas. Necesitamos con urgencia un cambio de modelo que refuerce nuestra soberanía energética para que sea renovable, justa y con control público. Necesitamos un modelo que impida que seamos rehenes y que haga imposible que el precio de la energía en Europa lo determine Putin desde su despacho.
Σας ευχαριστώ. Ολοκληρώθηκε ο κατάλογος των εγγεγραμμένων ομιλητών. Και τώρα το λόγο έχει για 1 λεπτό ο κύριος Παπαδάκης, μη εγγεγραμμένος, που θα μας μιλήσει από το γραφείο του Ευρωπαϊκού Κοινοβουλίου στην Αθήνα.
Ο ιμπεριαλιστικός πόλεμος στην Ουκρανία συνδέεται άρρηκτα με τους ενεργειακούς ανταγωνισμούς μονοπωλίων. Η ενεργειακή ακρίβεια για το λαό ήταν ήδη πριν τον πόλεμο σε ύψη ρεκόρ εξαιτίας της στρατηγικής της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης και των ελληνικών κυβερνήσεων για την πράσινη μετάβαση, της απελευθέρωσης της ενέργειας, του χρηματιστηρίου ρήπων. Έτσι εγκαταλείφθηκαν τα ορυκτά καύσιμα και αναδείχθηκε το εισαγόμενο φυσικό αέριο σε στρατηγικό καύσιμο. Η επιτάχυνση της απεξάρτησης από το ρώσικο φυσικό αέριο και η επιλογή των δρομολογίων υγροποιημένου από τις Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες που προωθούν την κερδοφορία των Ελλήνων εφοπλιστών και τα σχέδια γεωστρατηγικής αναβάθμισης αστικής τάξης της Ελλάδας ως πύλης εισόδου για τα Δυτικά Βαλκάνια και τις αγορές της Ευρώπης προμηνύουν για το λαό ενεργειακή φτώχεια διαρκείας και εμπλοκή σε μεγάλους κινδύνους. Επιγόντως είναι ανάγκη μπροστά στα ανεπαρκέστατα κυβερνητικά μέτρα να καταργηθούν οι φόροι στα καύσιμα, του ΦΠΑ στα τρόφιμα και στα είδη πλατιάς λαϊκής κατανάλωσης, βαδίζοντας τον δρόμο της ανατροπής για να πάψουν η ενέργεια, τα τρόφιμα και η ίδια η εργατική δύναμη να αποτελούν εμπόρευμα.
Σας ευχαριστώ. Επόμενη ομιλήτρια για 1,5 λεπτό, η κυρία Καρβάλιο.
Caro Presidente, Senhora Comissária, começo por cumprimentar a Comissão Europeia pela publicação do REPowerEU. A atual crise dos preços da energia, agravada pela invasão russa da Ucrânia, coloca-nos 2 grandes desafios. O primeiro prende-se com a autonomia estratégica da União Europeia. Precisamos de diversificar os países de origem e de passagem do gás que importamos. As interligações são muito importantes e permitam-me que relembre as palavras do Vice-Presidente Timmermans, que ontem, neste Parlamento, disse que será dada prioridade a este tema, nomeadamente às ligações de Portugal e Espanha ao resto da Europa. O segundo aspecto é a proteção dos consumidores, daqueles que se encontram em risco imediato de pobreza energética, mas também a classe média e as empresas, pequenas e médias empresas, os setores de alto consumo de energia, como as cerâmicas e o cimento, só para dar alguns exemplos. Mas também a agricultura e as pescas, que estão já a sofrer as consequências dos preços da energia. A este respeito, gostaria de pedir à Comissão que tenha medidas concretas e imediatas e indicações aos Estados-membros no âmbito do pacote hoje anunciado para proteger os cidadãos e as empresas na Europa. Muito obrigada.
Σας ευχαριστώ. Επόμενος ομιλητής για 1,5 λεπτό, ο κύριος Χακίμ.
Now for a minute and a half, Mr. Hakim, please.
Dank u, voorzitter. Laat mij heel duidelijk zijn. We moeten van het Russisch gas af. Het is niet alleen onwenselijk, maar zelfs immoreel om in deze tijd de schatkist van Poetin te blijven spekken. En zij die denken dat de prijzen nu pas de hoogte in zijn geschoten door sancties, vergis je niet, de prijzen waren al hoog. Poetin sjoemelt al langer met de gasprijzen. We moeten zo snel mogelijk af van dergelijke manipulatieve praktijken. Hoe gaan we dat doen, jongens? We hebben vandaag een prachtig plan gezien. REPowerEU. Realistisch plan om dit jaar nog 2/3 van het gas uit Rusland te verminderen. En laten we niet vergeten, een van de beste oplossingen die we hebben, die bestaat al, dat heet European Green Deal, ons plan voor de middellange termijn. Daarnaast zijn er zeker nog grote winsten te boeken op het vlak van energiebesparing. Energie die je niet verbruikt, hoef je niet te importeren. De vraag naar gas kan bijvoorbeeld met ongeveer 10 miljard kubieke meter worden verminderd door de thermostaat met 1 graad te verlagen. Laat energie-efficiëntie en energiebesparing daden van verzet worden tegen Russische agressie. Het is nu tijd om te handelen. Laat onze huishoudens, kwetsbare groepen en kleine en middenbedrijven niet de dupe worden van de hoge energieprijzen die Rusland teweeg brengt. En dat begint met de strategische onafhankelijkheid. Dank jullie wel.
Σε ευχαριστώ. Επόμενος ομιλητής για 1 λεπτό, ο κύριος Γκρόσελ.
Thank you very much. The next speaker for 1 minute is Mr. Groshelli.
Spoštovani,
Edina pot v strateško avtonomijo in v tem tudi v okviru tudi energetsko avtonomijo bomo v Evropski uniji dosegli samo z uresničitvijo zelenega prehoda. Kratkoročno lahko ranljivost omilimo z diverzifikacijo virov, a spomniti se moramo, pri tem moramo biti pozorni, da se ne spravimo v nove odvisnosti, kot smo bili priča odvisnosti v 70-ih letih za naftnim embargom. Dolgoročna rešitev je seveda samo prehod na obnovljive vire. Potrebujemo vlaganje v nove tehnologije, v tehnologije sonca, vetra, vode in tam, kjer je potrebno in obstaja družbeni konsens, tudi razprava o vlogi jedrske energije. A ne smemo se posredotočiti samo na modele preteklosti, samo na proizvodnjo energije, električne energije. Potrebno se je osredotočiti tudi na druge tehnologije, kot je recimo geotermalna tehnologija, ki omogoča ogrevanje in vedno bolj pomembno tudi hlajenje naših domov, ki so zaradi vročinskih valov vedno bolj na udaru. A ob tem ne smemo pozabiti na vse, katere energetska draginja prizadela. Vsem tem moramo pomagati tako učinkovito, ter se hkrati sistemsko lotiti vprašanja energetske revščine, ki z zelenim prehodom ne bo izginila. Hvala lepa.
Σας ευχαριστώ. Επόμενη ομιλήτρια για 2 λεπτά, η κυρία Πάουλος.
Thank you. Ms. Paulos, 2 minutes.
Vielen Dank, Herr Präsident, meine Damen und Herren, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen! Als wir vor einiger Zeit diese mündliche Frage formuliert haben, hätte sich niemand vorstellen können, dass wir heute nicht nur über Preise diskutieren, sondern darüber, ob wir in der Europäischen Union nächsten Winter überhaupt noch in der Lage sein werden, unsere Häuser zu heizen und unsere Industrie mit Energie zu versorgen. Es rächt sich jetzt, dass der Ausbau der Erneuerbaren verschleppt wurde und der Energieverschwendung kein Riegel vorgeschoben wurde. Deshalb gilt jetzt umso mehr, dass wir jeden Hebel nutzen müssen, um uns aus der Abhängigkeit von fossilen Importen zu lösen und vor allem den europäischen Beitrag zu Putins Kriegskasse zu verringern. Deshalb brauchen wir jetzt einen Notfallplan für den Ausbau der erneuerbaren Energien. Kein Dach mehr ohne Solarenergie. Für die energetische Modernisierung der am schlechtesten gedämmten Gebäude. Für eine kostenfreie Energieberatung, insbesondere für einkommensschwache Haushalte. Und für die Förderung der Energieberatung gerade für die kleinen und mittleren Unternehmen, die sehr stark unter den hohen Preisen leiden. Damit entlasten wir den Geldbeutel unserer Bürgerinnen und Bürger und helfen unseren Unternehmen, die durch die Preise zum Teil in ihrer Existenz bedroht sind. Aber wir müssen auch in Brüssel etwas tun. Wir brauchen Eilverfahren für die Prüfung aller staatlichen Beihilfen, mit denen der Ausbau der Erneuerbaren und Effizienzmaßnahmen gefördert werden. Ich fordere die Generaldirektion Wettbewerb auf, hier ein Konzept vorzulegen. Es kann nicht sein, dass ein Gesetz wie das neue Erneuerbare Energiengesetz in Deutschland bis zum Dezember 2022 in der Prüfung ist, bevor es genehmigt wird. So kommen wir aus der Abhängigkeit nicht raus. Und Sie haben dankenswerterweise die Bürgerenergie angesprochen und deren Wichtigkeit betont. Ich frage Sie, wie wird die Kommission sicherstellen, dass die Deadline, die ja schon vor 9 Monaten abgelaufen ist, dass da jetzt endlich was in der Umsetzung passiert? Wie werden Sie die Mitgliedstaaten unterstützen? Da wäre ich Ihnen für eine Antwort dankbar. Vielen Dank.
Σας ευχαριστώ. Επόμενος ομιλητής για 2 λεπτά, ο κύριος Μάγερ.
Mr. Myers, next 2 minutes.
Dankeschön, Herr Präsident. Also wie weit manche hier herinnen von den Menschen draußen entfernt sind, ich glaube, das merkt man auch bei der ein oder anderen Wortmeldung, die ich da heute gehört habe. Geschätzte Kollegen, ich bin von meiner Natur aus bei weitem kein Schwarzseher. Es liegt mir einfach nicht. Aber was wir hier jetzt erleben im Rahmen dieser Preisentwicklung, beobachten, was am Energiemarkt passiert, das sind tief schwarze Wolken, die hier auf Europa zuziehen. Und das betrifft zum einen die Energiepreise, die jetzt durch die Decke gehen, und das betrifft aber andererseits aber zahlreiche andere Rohstoffpreise, wie etwa auch landwirtschaftliche Produkte. Und geschätzte Kollegen, die Menschen sind auf mehreren Ebenen daher in ihrem täglichen Leben massiv mit Teuerungen belastet. Und ich würde sogar behaupten, diese Teuerungen gehen bis an die Existenzgrundlage der Menschen. Und neben Putins Angriffskrieg gibt es zahlreiche andere Gründe, warum das derzeit so ist. Zum Beispiel die chaotische Politik im Rahmen des Green Deals. Da tragt natürlich auch der Emissionshandel sein Schäufchen dazu bei, dass die Energiepreise und die Gaspreise in die Höhe steigen. Man hat hier verschiedene andere Antriebsarten wie etwa auch den Verkehr mit eingeschlossen und ausgeweitet. Und das ist natürlich Spekulation ausgesetzt. Das beweist wieder einmal mehr für mich und ich denke auch für uns, dass die Mitgliedstaaten ihre Energieversorgung wohl besser selbst in die Hand nehmen können und diese besser selbst gewährleisten können. Die Kommission gibt jedes Jahr in Wahrheit eine andere Richtung vor. 2019 wird ausgerufen das Ende der Kohle-Gas-Verstromung. 2021 sehen wir eine Verschärfung dessen. Und heute wird sich wieder auf Kohle konzentriert. Wo sollen denn die Menschen da wissen, wo die Reise hingeht? Das ist die eine Seite, geschätzte Kollegen. Die andere, die wichtigere Seite, sind die Menschen und die Menschen zu entlasten, was diese Teuerungswelle jetzt betrifft. Und dies ist dringend zu machen. Die CO2-Bepreisung sofort aussetzen, Steuern auf Gas und Treibstoff sofort senken, denn nur so können wir von einer Krise in die nächste die Menschen und die Wirtschaft in Europa etwas abfedern. Dankeschön.
Σας ευχαριστώ. Επόμενη ομιλήτρια, η κυρία Στέγκρουτ, για 1,5 λεπτό.
Thank you. Mrs. Stegrud for a minute and a half.
Talman, kommissionär. 2011, när Tyskland bestämde sig för att stänga ner kärnkraften, skålade man på den ryska ambassaden i Berlin. En tysk journalist har vittnat om hur den ryska ambassadören höjde sitt glas och sade, hälsa den tyska regeringen. Det här är en bra dag för rysk energipolitik, en bra dag för Ryssland. Så rätt han hade. För nu står vi här drygt ett decennium senare. Ryssland har invaderat Ukraina och EU har satt sig i en extremt farlig situation. För övergången till förnybar energi gjort oss beroende av rysk gas. Och trots det så vill ni nu ha mer av samma medicin. Kärnkraften ska fortsatt stängas ner och ersättas med väderberoende sol- och vindkraft. Ett nytt diktaturberoende ersättas av ett annat, denna gång av Kina. Kina tillverkar idag 80% av världens batterier, 70% av solcellerna. Man har även monopol på många kritiska metaller. Så här går det till när allt ska underordnas ogenomtänkta klimatmål. Det här är ingen lek. Alla beslut får konsekvenser, i detta fall extremt allvarliga. En stark, stabil och konkurrenskraftig union måste vara självförsörjande på planerbar och prisvärd energi. Dags att sluta med klimatfloskler, stoppa kärnkraftsnedläggningen, satsa på ny modern teknik, effektiviseringar, beredskap och innovation.
Σας ευχαριστώ. Επόμενος ομιλητής, ο κύριος Μποτέγκα για 1 λεπτό.
The next speaker is Mr. Botenga. 1 minute.
Dank u wel. De gasprijzen zijn ondertussen wat 20 keer zo hoog als een jaar geleden. Sommige gezinnen riskeren tot €8.000 per jaar te betalen voor stroom en gas. En de oorlog maakt dat natuurlijk allemaal nog erger. Dus we moeten de prijzen nu blokkeren, maar niet, mevrouw van de Europese Commissie, op het niveau van nu natuurlijk, maar wel op het niveau van september, voor die massale prijsstijgingen. En dat kan, want zoals altijd is zelfs oorlog niet voor iedereen een probleem, maar voor sommigen zelfs een lucratieve zaak. En dan heb ik het niet alleen over de wapenindustrie, maar kijken we naar die inderdaad officiële cijfers van het Internationaal Energieagentschap. Ja, die zeggen van kijk, die energiemultinationals gaan 200 miljard extra winst maken, overwinsten. Wij betalen, zij cashen. Laten we die nu belasten en laten we daarmee de factuur van de werkende mens naar beneden brengen. Het is nu oorlog, het is nu crisis. Europese Commissie, handel. Er is geen tijd meer om te wachten. Dank u wel.
So we need to take action. We cannot wait.
Επόμενος ομιλητής για 1 λεπτό, ο κύριος Ουρίκ.
Mr. Urik is next 1 minute.
Terajšie zdražovanie, čo ľudia pociťujú, je nič v porovnaní s tým zdražovacím tornádom, čo sa na nás valí. Vidíme to v predstihu na burzách. Cena plynu išla v poslednom období hore 10-násobne. Cena pšenice stúpla zo 150 eur na tonu na 400 eur na tonu. Všetky ceny naďalej raketovo rastú. Nechcete dovážať plyn a ropu z Ruska? Dobre. Ale aké alternatívne riešenie ponúkate ľuďom? Dovážať plyn z Austrálie? Či predražené zelené technológie? Čo poviete ľuďom, keď budú ceny potravín o polovicu vyššie? Keď bude cena plynu dvojnásobná, alebo keď budeme platiť za liter benzínu 2 alebo 3 eurá. Povedím, že sa majú uskromniť, že majú prestať kúriť, alebo že majú zhasnúť žiarovky, ako to odporúčajú slovenskí ministri. Alebo ich majú zohriať marketingové frázy eurokomisárov o tom, že spoločne to zvládneme. No oni s 30 000 platmi to zvládnu, o tom nepochybujem. Ale čo obyčajní ľudia? Keby to bolo na nás, určite by sme hľadali riešenia a snažili sa vyhnúť konfliktu, snažili sa vyhnúť vojne a robili všetko pre prospech ľudí. Ďakujem.
Σας ευχαριστώ. Επόμενη ομιλήτρια, κυρία Del Castillo Vera, για 1,5 λεπτό.
Gracias, presidente, comisaria. La guerra en Ucrania, ha dejado al descubierto las debilidades estructurales de la Unión Europea en un sector tan crítico como es el de la energía. Durante años, en lugar de caminar hacia una mayor independencia, hemos hecho lo contrario, caminar hacia incrementar la dependencia. Y ahora tenemos los precios más altos del mundo. Durante los últimos meses, los precios del gas han conocido subidas históricas, hasta el 400%, y suponen ya un coste asfixiante para industrias, empresas y hogares. Debemos actuar de inmediato, empezando por reducir los precios. Tenemos un margen de actuación mediante bajadas del IVA, los impuestos a la electricidad o la eliminación de gravámenes especiales. Hay que inmediatamente, tan pronto como se pueda, diversificar territorialmente las fuentes de suministro y urge desarrollar nuevos proyectos de interconexiones para gas e hidrógeno. La Comisión debe ampliar la lista de proyectos de interés común, incluyendo el proyecto STEP entre la península ibérica y Francia. En suma, es imperativo construir de una vez una Europa interconectada que permita la libre circulación del gas y de la electricidad. Muchas gracias.
Σας ευχαριστώ. Το λόγο τώρα έχει η κυρία Τόγια για να...
Today we are considering 7 foreign service officer promotion lists and 11 nominations for critical positions. We received a holdover request for 2 nominations that were originally noticed for this business meeting. Deborah Lipstadt to be the Special Envoy to Monitor and Combat Anti-Semitism, who has been pending 158 days, and Barbara Leaf, who has been pending 302 days, to be Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern Affairs. The chair will honor those requests, and we will consider them at the next business meeting. But let me just say, at a time when the United States and its allies are working to put every conceivable pressure on Putin to stop his unprovoked, brutal, and illegal war against Ukraine, we have to have these nominees in place. There is no substitute for an ambassador going in to see the leader of that country versus a charge d'affaires. There's no substitute. There's no substitute for having an Assistant Secretary of State meeting others in the world as their counterparts. This game is costing us. So for all of my friends who love to wave the flag of how important it is to be leading the rest of the world and how forward-looking we should be, you're not helping the cause. You don't like a candidate, vote against them. But this process of just holding and holding and holding makes no sense whatsoever. The administration has done a superb job of imposing sweeping sanctions along with our allies that are devastating the Russian economy. But there is more to be done. These efforts will be enhanced with Jim O'Brien in place as the sanctions coordinator. Similarly, as we see Putin's army committing war crimes throughout Ukraine, we need to quickly confirm Sarah Cleveland and Beth Van Schaak, who will be instrumental in our efforts to hold Russian war crimes accountable. And as the millions of Ukrainians who have not fled are facing lack of water, food, and heat, we need to confirm Ambassador McKean at USAID for Europe. The humanitarian situation is dire, and it's only going to get worse. Today, we're also considering other important positions, including Assistant Secretaries of State for International Security and Nonproliferation, for Arms Control and Verification, for Middle Eastern Affairs, our ambassadors to Greece, Portugal, Honduras, and Jamaica, and the Executive Director of the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. All of these positions matter. If anything is clear from this crisis, it is that every country, every multilateral body has a role to play in coming to Ukraine's aid and rallying the world to stop Putin. We need them in their place. And I look forward to their swift confirmation. Senator Risch.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I didn't intend to get into that, but I will reiterate the numbers again. I'm one who believes we need people in these positions. The people need to be vetted. They certainly, the documentation has to be completed, and we do our best in that regard. In the 116th Congress, where I was chairman and you were ranking member, the average time was 94 days. And in the 117th Congress, where you're chairman and I was ranking member, the average time is 77 days. So if we're talking about who held up for how long, the numbers don't lie. Anyway, in any event, let's move on to getting the job done. I'd like to express my support for Jim O'Brien to be sanctions coordinator. The current environment demonstrates how important this position can be. With the United States and Europe finally rolling out new sanctions against Russia, it is more important than ever that we have someone who can coordinate across the U.S. interagency and serve as a conduit for our allies on alignment of our sanctions policies. While these sanctions are a good start, we need to do more. Mr. O'Brien should push the administration to truly isolate the Russian economy. It is vital this office receive the support and resources necessary to be successful. That's why I worked with others to specifically provide direct hiring authority to his office. I expect that authority to be used early and often to get the right team in place as quickly as possible. I and many of my Republican colleagues remain extremely concerned by reports that the administration has offered reckless concessions to the Iranians as a last-ditch effort to save this failed nuclear deal. However, it's my hope that Mr. O'Brien can use his experience with other major sanctions regimes to talk some sense into this administration and highlight the negative impact these kinds of concessions will have on U.S. policy. Regarding Sarah Cleveland to be legal advisor of the Department of State, this is one of the most important positions at the department, and no one is disputing her long record of legal and academic expertise in international relations and international law. However, I'm deeply concerned about Ms. Cleveland's record regarding legal opinions on abortion access. In the past, she contributed to and defended a UN Human Rights Committee opinion which found that one country's domestic laws violated a citizen's international human rights by not providing and paying for an abortion. This finding is starkly inconsistent with U.S. laws prohibiting provisions of promotion of abortions abroad. For this reason, I'm not able to support their nomination, but I hope to be able to work with her on this and many other issues she will handle if and when she is confirmed. Lastly, regarding Mallory Stewart to be Assistant Secretary of State for Arms Control, Verification and Compliance, I've been very clear. I'm deeply concerned about the administration's consultations with our allies and partners regarding a potential change in U.S. nuclear declaratory policy and Ms. Stewart's role in advising on those policies. I'm troubled by the destabilizing positions the administration has been advocating in the arms control space. With China's massive arms buildup and Russia's modernization, we and our allies must be postured to maintain deterrence. While I appreciate Ms. Stewart's and the department's recent cooperation in sharing more of those consultations, I'm still not convinced the administration is listening to the concerns of our allies and partners. So I will also be voting no on Ms. Stewart. There are other nominees on this agenda that were renominated this year, which I opposed in the past. Since I have not received any new information that would change my view on those nominees, I'll be voting no on those nominations as well. There are a few other nominees in this agenda I'll not be supporting, but I understand there's other members who want to speak on these nominees, so I will move on to that. And Mr. Chairman, I'd ask that members be allowed to, however we vote, record their written no votes if they want to vote no on a person. And I would ask for a roll call vote on Cleveland and Stewart.
All right, we will get there. There's one comment. I don't want to belabor the point, but one cannot compare the challenges we had with Trump nominees who, when they didn't move quickly, it was because they had deep problems: torture, sexual harassment, lying to the committee and the IRS, for which they were indicted. Well, I can't expedite those people. The travesty is that they were all pushed through the committee, and they were voted for. So, in any event, let me move to seek an en bloc consideration, except for the ones you've asked for a roll call vote. We'll now consider en bloc the 7 FSO lists and 11 of the 13 nominations that had been noticed for this business meeting. We will not consider the 2 nominees, Leif and Lipstadt, who have been held over, and we will have Cleveland, at the request of the ranking member, Cleveland and Stewart will have roll call votes. Other than that, the list is fully before the committee. Is there any member who wishes to speak as to any of these nominations? If not, I'll entertain a motion to move them in block. So moved. Second. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed will say no. The ayes have it, and those who are on the list en bloc will be favorably reported to the Senate.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to be recorded as no on King.
You shall so be recorded.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I would ask to be recorded as a no on Kang, Sunis, O'Brien, Van Schaak, Dogu, and Kugler, please.
Do you have all of those, Clerk? You do. Shall be recorded.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I would ask that I be recorded as a no on Kang, Sunis, O'Brien, Van Schaak, and Kugler.
Shall so be recorded. Seeing no others, now there is presently to be considered a vote on Sarah Cleveland to be the legal advisor of the Department of State. And the clerk will call the roll.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Murphy? Aye. Kane? Aye. Markey? Aye. Merkley? Aye. Booker? Aye. Schatz? Aye. Anand? Aye. Suresh?
No.
Rubio? No. Johnson? No. Romney? Portman?
No.
Paul? No. Young?
No by proxy.
Barrasso?
No by proxy.
Cruz? No. Browns?
No by proxy.
Haverty?
No by proxy.
Chairman?
Aye.
Chairman, the yeas are 11, the noes are 11.
The motion is tied. In accordance with Section 3 of Senate Resolution 27, I'll transmit a notice of a tie vote to the Secretary of the Senate, thereby giving either the majority or the minority leader the authority to make a motion to discharge nomination. The next nominee for a recorded vote is Mallory Stewart. The clerk will call the roll.
Pardon? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Murphy? Aye. Kane? Aye. Markey? Aye. Merkley? Aye. Booker? Aye. Schatz? Aye. Anand? Aye. Suresh?
No.
Rubio? No. Johnson? No. Romney? Portman? No. Paul? Aye. Young?
No by proxy.
Barrasso?
No by proxy.
Cruz? No. Browns?
No by proxy.
Haverty?
No by proxy.
Chairman?
Aye. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 12, the noes are 10.
And the nominee is favorably reported to the Senate. With that, I believe that all of the business of the business meeting is concluded.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just briefly...
Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just raise a question about somebody whose name was not on the list today. That's the nominee for the Assistant Secretary of State for Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor. I think given what's happening in Ukraine, it's more urgent than ever that that nominee be voted on before this committee. The President's nominee was Sarah Margan. She was nominated on April 23rd of last year. Her hearing was on September 22nd of last year, almost 6 months ago. And so I would just ask either the chairman or the ranking member why it is that she is not on this list, even though she's had broad support from both Republicans and Democrats in the world of national security and human rights.
Well, to answer the senator's question, I have offered her nomination for a vote several times to the ranking member, and I have yet to get approval to have a vote on her. And as you know, we so far have operated under comity, and unless I have an approval to grant her a business meeting where she could be voted upon up or down, we have not been able to move forward.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if the ranking member wants to comment. I just, again, to the chairman's earlier point on the need to have everybody on the field, especially at a moment like this, when war crimes are very much a question, it seems to me we would not want to continue to hold up a vote on the Assistant Secretary for Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor.
Mr. Chairman, I have said over and over again, I am not going to consent to a hearing on her. She's objectionable for the many, many reasons I've stated many, many times. I agree with you. I think we should have somebody in that position. I would hope the White House would put somebody else forward, or the chairman would hold a meeting. He's certainly entitled to do that. He operates on this on the condition of comity, and this is the only one I have held up out of all the ones I've had. I voted no on a lot of them, but I've consented to a hearing. I'm not going to consent to a hearing on her. So that's where we are in the position, and there's two ways to go. Either they can put a new person in for that position, or the chairman can hold a hearing. But I'm not going to consent.
Just for clarification, I mean, we had the hearing back in September of last year. So we've had the hearing. The question is a vote.
That's true. And immediately upon the conclusion of that hearing, I said I was not going to consent to her. And I think the chairman would agree that he's been on notice since that moment that I wouldn't consent to a business hearing on her. She's not acceptable.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would just, I will continue to work with you and the ranking member. I think this is, again, a very clear example of how obstruction is preventing the president from having a full team on the field. And to the ranking member, as you well know, I mean, vote yes, vote no, but blocking the democratic process, especially on the nominee who's supposed to be our Assistant Secretary of Democracy, has a bit of an irony to it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I would just say that it is true that I could just hold a business meeting and break comedy. I have bent over backwards not to do that, and I hope to still get an opportunity to get Ms. Morgan before a business committee vote, and we will see what the future unfolds as it relates to not only her but other nominees as well. But with that, seeing no other member seeking recognition, this business meeting is adjourned. And now, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee hearing on Russia's invasion of Ukraine, assessing the U.S. and international response, will come to order. Let me thank Secretary Nuland for coming before us today to testify on the crisis facing Ukraine, Europe, and the world, and for being with us yesterday in a classified session so that all of the questions that members would want to ask, some which could not be conducted in this forum, could be answered. So we appreciate you being there. In just 12 days, the world has changed. As we sit here, Ukraine is fighting for its life. A ruthless dictator is shelling civilians, refusing calls for diplomacy, and threatening the stability of a region. As of this morning, at least 470 Ukrainian civilians have lost their lives because of Putin's brutality. At least 29 of them were innocent children. The last 12 days have been an entire lifetime for the people of Ukraine, forced to leave their lives behind, spending days in subways and makeshift bomb shelters, fleeing from mortars with their children in hand, and sometimes they don't make it. The rest of the world is being called upon to stand with Ukraine to make this war untenable for the dictator in Moscow. The United States and much of the world has rallied with impressive urgency and coordination. I commend the administration's efforts, the result of months of relentless diplomacy, to build a strong international coalition that has stood up and imposed sweeping costs on the Putin regime. To date, we, along with the European allies and partners and others, have levied serious costs that are already having a devastating effect on the Russian economy. The Central Bank of Russia is subject to unprecedented sanctions. The top banks in Russia are sanctioned along with Putin himself, and company after company is cutting off Russian ties. We have made clear that with this unjustified, unprovoked invasion, Putin has miscalculated. He has chosen to turn the Russian state into a pariah and to have the Russian people suffer as a result of it. But I am afraid, and I hope I'm dead wrong, that this may just be the beginning of the fight for Ukraine's existence. We are here and we're prepared to support the Ukrainian people, but it may be a long road. So while the response of the past 12 days is valiant, it cannot be the end. Until Putin relents, we must keep the pressure on. That means holding Belarus and the Lukashenko regime to account for their role in acquiescence. It means continuing to squeeze Putin's oligarchs as well as the political elites and seizing their access so they feel and respond to the pain. In some respects, Europe has been somewhat ahead of us on this score. I think we should be doing what Europe has done. It means ensuring every bank is cut off from SWIFT. It means pressuring those countries who have not yet ended economic ties or arms sales to do so. It means tariffs on oil imports, and advocating for the private sector to follow the lead of some of our companies to divest and cease operations in Russia. And of course, it means staying laser focused on providing Ukraine every weapon, every piece of lethal assistance, every defense article possible so that it can defend itself. Many of us are working to do just that as we speak and to respond urgently to the personal appeals of President Zelenskyy and the Ukrainian ambassador in Washington. I hope this week will result in a bipartisan demonstration of support for Ukraine through the omnibus bill, as we heed their calls for additional assistance and weapons. But we must also be thinking about the months ahead and recognize that the threat of Kremlin aggression is not going away. I believe we must engage in a revitalized diplomatic effort to counter Russian aggression not only beyond Europe's borders, but globally. Today, I'm calling on the administration to do just that. I have sent letters to the State Department's regional assistant secretaries asking that each detail their diplomatic strategies to counter Russia. This must be a global effort. We need to match our words with action to fend off Putin's attempts to tighten his grip around the world and grasp at political legitimacy. Most immediately, while I have broader concerns about the Jcpoa, I am specifically concerned that returning to the Jcpoa will benefit Russia economically at a time when the international community is committed to squeezing Moscow. I'm also extremely concerned that the administration would consider purchasing oil from Venezuela. The Biden administration's efforts to unify the entire world against a murderous tyrant in Moscow is commendable, but it should not be undercut by propping up a dictator under investigation for crimes against humanity in Caracas. The democratic aspirations of the Venezuelan people, much like the resolve and courage of the people of Ukraine, are worth more than a few thousand barrels of oil. These are extraordinary times, and yes, we are all looking for extraordinary measures in response, but we cannot lose sight of our core principles, of our basic values. We must turn Putin back out of Ukraine and out of the regions across the world where his influence has grown. In closing, the people of Ukraine refuse to back down. Their cause is our cause, because they should not have to fight. They should not have to flee their borders or leave their homes. They deserve to live and thrive in freedom. The fight for Ukraine is a fight for democracy, a fight for freedom, a fight against a murderous dictatorship, and we cannot forget that. Senator Risch.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Undersecretary Nuland for joining us today to discuss Russia's unprovoked, unwarranted, criminal and murderous invasion of Ukraine. I also want to thank you for appearing yesterday and participating in our closed hearing, which I guess was more of a closed discussion on the issues. I think probably you were impressed, as I was, with the unanimity amongst Republicans and Democrats about how to approach this issue and what should be done about it. I also appreciated your agreement to convey the deep concerns that we had on a bipartisan basis on some issues that we were facing, and I truly appreciate that. I look forward to your information about the administration's actions to help the Ukraine today in open session, the additional sanctions on Russia we can expect, and what the U.S. is doing to assist the massive humanitarian crisis that is growing both inside Ukraine and in Europe. I also ask you to address the administration's larger strategy for dealing with this crisis. My goal for security assistance to Ukraine is simple: enable the Ukrainian people to expel the murderous invaders from their land and defeat Putin. I'm disappointed the U.S. did not send more to Ukraine before the invasion began, but I'm glad to see the vast amount of international military support that Ukraine has received in the past 2 weeks. The U.S. has now sent healthy amounts of equipment to Ukraine, but we all know they need more and they need it faster. The international outpouring of disgust at Putin's actions has enabled sanctions on Russia to be more effective than we predicted, but there are still huge loopholes that must be closed. I'm glad the administration has cut off oil purchases from Russia. That said, it is imperative that we do not replace Russia's heavy crude with supplies from the dictators in Iran and Venezuela. we are in the enviable position of having the oil and gas reserves needed to increase production in our own country right under our own feet. It boggles my mind the administration would pander to dictators when we can meet our own needs without blood on our hands. Secondary sanctions on banks that undertake transactions with Russia also have not yet been imposed. This leaves open many different avenues for Russia to continue its transactions as usual. As you know, I've been pushing for secondary sanctions since the beginning of this. I understand that the secondary sanctions are complex, and I understand they must be handled delicately. Obviously, with the waivers that are always provided, secondary sanctions can be an excellent tool, and I predict that they're going to have to be grabbed and put into place at some point in time in the not-too-distant future. I also want to say a word about the people of Russia. We are not at war with Russia, and we do not seek war with Russia. Putin has led the Russian people into disaster. I know how much Putin is suppressing his own people, but I urge them to refuse to be complicit in his crimes. There is much ordinary Russian people can do to push back on Putin's ugly humanitarian crimes. On the humanitarian front, I applaud the work that state and USAID have done so far to prepare for and engage with the huge flow of refugees coming from Ukraine. But the stream of refugees looks to be even larger than estimated. Our EU partners are very capable of dealing with this challenge, but we can certainly assist. I'm particularly concerned about Moldova, one of Europe's poorest countries, which has one of the largest refugee populations per capita. It is struggling with high Russian-imposed energy prices and may have to deal with the activation of 1,500 Russian troops in its occupied region of Transnistria. This senseless invasion at the hands of a madman is a threat not just to the innocent people of Ukraine, but to all of us in the democratic world. This conflict has immense implications for the people of Ukraine, but it also speaks to the credibility of the U.S. and the West to defend the freedom and sovereignty of countries that want to decide their own futures. We must do more to help the innocent civilians, women, and children who are dying each day, and the men and women who are fighting on the front lines in a war they do not want. I think we all know that this can and will get much worse, and I look forward to hearing more from you in this public forum about what more the Biden administration will do to respond to Putin and help the Ukrainian people. Finally, this struggle that the Ukrainians are going through reminds us that freedom isn't free, as we learned in our struggle to be a free people, and that the value of freedom cannot be measured, but its costs can be burdensome in the extreme. However, at the end of the struggle, there's no greater gift that one generation can pass to the next generation than the gift of freedom. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Secretary Nuland, we'll start with your testimony. You know, there's a lot to cover, so I normally say if you can try to summarize it in 5 minutes, but we'll give you a little latitude, and then I'm sure by the attendance here, you'll see there will be a lot of questions. So your floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Chairman Menendez, Ranking Member Risch, and distinguished members of this committee for the opportunity to be with you here today and for the opportunity yesterday to talk in classified session to discuss Russia's premeditated, unprovoked, brutal attack on Ukraine and what the United States and our allies and partners are doing together in response. To start, let me first thank all the members of this committee and the vast majority of members of Congress for your strong bipartisan support for the brave and resilient people of Ukraine and their government over many years, but especially now in the face of Russia's bloody aggression. The United States, together with our allies and partners around the world, stand united in condemning Russia's war on Ukraine, a war that offends human decency, violates international law and the core principles of democracy and international peace and security, and has created a catastrophic humanitarian crisis. As we speak, Ukrainian men and women fight for their lives, for their country, for their freedom in the face of President Putin's imperial ambitions. We honor their sacrifice and bravery. Slava Ukraini, Geroyam Slava. First, what we are doing. We continue to provide defensive lethal security assistance to Ukraine. Just 10 days ago, President Biden and Secretary Blinken authorized the immediate delivery of an additional $350 million of military support, and I'm pleased to say that 2/3 of that has already gotten into Ukraine. And in total, the administration has provided more than $1 billion in security assistance in just this last year. And with Congress's bipartisan support, we're also facilitating third-party transfers of weapons and have seen unprecedented international assistance to Ukraine from our allies and partners. Second, we are providing urgently needed humanitarian assistance to Ukraine and its neighbors. Working with the government of Ukraine, UN agencies, humanitarian organizations, and European partners, the United States is providing food, medicine, hygiene supplies, healthcare and protection services, shelter support, and other assistance. Last week, Secretary Blinken announced an additional $54 million in U.S. assistance, and countries around the world have met the UN's humanitarian appeal with an additional $1.5 billion in support. But as you know, with 2 million refugees already and more than 1.2 million IDPs, needs will go up. Third, we've imposed severe sanctions on Russia's financial institutions, its oligarchs and political leaders, including President Putin and his cronies. We have levied export controls on key industries and the Russian military in close coordination with almost 40 countries around the world, representing over half the world's economy, and those sanctions have had an immediate impact. We're seeing a continued flight of capital, a tumbling of the ruble, it's lost half its value, rising inflation, higher borrowing costs, and evaporating access for Russia to global financial markets. There is more on the way from the G7, our EU partners, and countries around the world if President Putin does not end this vicious war. We're also working with our allies and partners to limit the disruption of global energy supplies and to prevent Russia from weaponizing its global energy exports, while also accelerating diversification of energy supplies. We sanctioned the parent company of Nord Stream 2 and its CEO, and the German government, as you know, has canceled its support for the pipeline so that it will not become operational. We are also using all multilateral fora to rally the world in condemning Russia and Belarus. As you know, last week, a record 141 countries voted in favor of the UN General Assembly resolution calling for Russia to end its war and withdraw from Ukraine. A historic outpouring of support and international solidarity. Days later, the Human Rights Council overwhelmingly passed a resolution establishing a commission of inquiry to investigate and call out Russia's human rights abuses in Ukraine. And in close cooperation with our NATO allies, we are strengthening the defense and the deterrence of the alliance's eastern flank. Allies agreed for the first time in the alliance's history to give the Supreme Allied Commander authority to deploy NATO's response force, including its spearhead component, the Very High Readiness Joint Task Force, the VJTF, and it is already beginning to deploy. U.S. military personnel in Europe and in its waters now total approximately 100,000. We've more than doubled our U.S. forces in Poland and sent thousands of troops to the Baltics, to Romania, and elsewhere along the flank, along with advanced combat aviation. A number of our allies are also starting to flow forces to NATO's east to bolster their presence and to fulfill their NATO obligations. So the message to Russia is clear. NATO is united, and our commitment to Article 5 is ironclad. President Putin has not only attacked Ukraine, he has trashed the UN principle of self-determination of states and questioned Ukraine's very right to exist. He is testing the foundations of international law, and he is testing all of us, and NATO, and the EU, and the G7, and democracies around the world. As President Biden said, we are now in a battle between democracy and autocracy, and free people, free nations, and a free Ukraine must prevail. As Putin tries to reduce Ukraine to rubble, he is also turning Russia into a prison. Credit cards and ATMs have stopped working, capital controls are biting deeply, imported food, technology, and other goods are drying up, and the last of Russia's free press has been strangled, all while the government hemorrhages money that belongs to the Russian people, to fund its war effort and to prop up the ruble. And last week, President Putin criminalized anti-war protests and efforts to support Ukraine. The so-called consultancy laws with Kyiv can result in 20 years in a penal colony. 30 years of progress in Russia has been wiped out in just 12 days. This is a war launched by one man for his own twisted reasons. It's a war built on lies he's told the world, he's told his own people, and his military. And now it is a war also built on the suffering and grief of so many Ukrainians, and also Russians, parents, spouses, partners, children, who will never see their loved ones again, all because of one man's evil choices. Ukrainians are fighting for their nation's survival, but they are also fighting for all of us and for the principles of freedom and democracy that are foundational for our nation and for our allies and partners. Together, we must do all we can to ensure Ukraine not only survives, but it thrives again. We in the administration are proud to work with all of you towards that difficult but righteous goal. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We'll start 5-minute rounds. Let me start off with a letter that the Ukrainian Parliament has sent us, and I want to read one paragraph of it because I think it creates context for everything we're deciding. As you read this, Russian troops are indiscriminately shelling civilians, residential areas, schools, and hospitals. The aggressor is using weapons prohibited by the Geneva Convention and international humanitarian law, such as cluster bombs and vacuum thermobaric bombs intended to cause severe suffering to human beings. And when civilians try to escape the combat zones, Russian soldiers shoot at humanitarian, quote, green corridors, turning them blood red. I ask unanimous consent that the letter be included in today's record without objection. The spokesperson for UNICEF has said 1 million children have fled Ukraine, calling it, quote, a dark historical first. That spokesperson said, we have not seen a refugee crisis of this speed and scale since World War II, and this is a children's crisis. So against that backdrop, I understand that the government of Poland, a little while ago, after consultations between their president and the government, are ready to deploy immediately and free of charge their MiG-29 jets and place them at the disposal of the United States of America. They decided not to go directly, but and of course they have concerns about the backfilling of that at some point in time in some way. Can you speak to that and where we're at in that regard now that the government of Poland has made that decision?
So, Chairman, I saw that announcement by the government of Poland as I was literally driving here today. To my knowledge, it wasn't pre-consulted with us that they plan to give these planes to us. But as you know, we have been having consultations with them for a couple of days now about this request from the Ukrainians to receive their aircraft, and were they to donate them, whether we would be able to help support backfill in their own security needs. So I look forward, when this hearing is over, to getting back to my desk and seeing how we will respond to this proposal of theirs to give the planes to us.
Well, they've moved forward now, and they have said that their planes are now disposable. They're willing to give it. The one thing that we have heard consistently is a call for a no-fly zone. I understand the challenges of that. NATO and other countries not willing to engage in a direct conflict with Russia, but giving Ukrainians the wherewithal to fight over their own airspace and to be able to have some control over their airspace is clearly desirable. So now that Poland has made this decision, and it would be my hope that other countries in the region as well, that we would be forward-leaning in finding a pathway forward. Because the one thing about all of this is time is of the essence. If we are going to make a difference, time is of the essence. Let me ask you this. We are doing all these sanctions. There's no one who has been an advocate of sanctions, generally speaking, and certainly in this case more than I have on this committee. But I'm wondering about cryptocurrency, because we are sanctioning all of the traditional financial and banking systems, but cryptocurrency is an opportunity for Russian oligarchs and others to move in a different direction. Are we having our Treasury Department and others think about how we deal with that challenge?
Mr. Chairman, we are. In fact, we have in the past, as you know, drained designated hacker wallets from Russia. We have other authorities that allow us to go after crypto. Not only are we looking at it ourselves, we are consulting with our European allies and partners on how we might do more together to close down this dangerous spigot of revenue.
Well, I think it's going to be one of the essential elements to continue to dry up every resource that Putin can have and to continue to tighten the noose, the economic noose around his neck at the end of the day. Lastly, what are we doing in having a full-scale assault? I said that I sent letters to all the regional secretaries. It seems to me that Putin should feel the consequences everywhere.
Yes.
And that means whether it be Latin America or Asia or Africa, we need to be at the forefront of pressuring Russia in all of those continents, in all of those countries. Are we actively engaged in doing that?
Mr. Chairman, we are. Not only are we pressing every country that we speak to at the President and Secretary's level and all the levels in the department, every single one of our ambassadors has instructions to work with their host nations to try to get them to match U.S. and EU and allied sanctions to the extent that they can and are willing, to condemn Russia. And you saw the vote in the UNGA, 141 countries. There was significant, how should we say, diplomatic elbow grease went into that from allies and partners around the world. And as you know, we have a number of big countries who have abstained from this fight so far, and we are trying to use our influence with them as well to get on the right side of history.
I hope they get on the right side of history. Some of them I like very much, but they need to get there on the right side of history. Senator Risch.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to associate myself with remarks of the chairman regarding the Jcpoa. And as I told you in private session yesterday, and I hope, I want to say it publicly here, and I hope you'll you will transmit this to the administration, as you said you would yesterday, and that is there couldn't be a worse time for the administration to be trying to come together on a Jcpoa and announce it when we're in the middle of the mess we're in right now. The chairman mentioned reasons for it. There's another reason for it, obviously, and I think you saw that yesterday, and that is how united we are as the United States Senate in helping the Ukraine and what's going on diplomatically and otherwise when it comes to this struggle. I can't think of something you could do that would be worse to try to tear that apart than announce a Jcpoa, because we are going to be very divided on it. You know, they started out saying it was going to be stronger and longer. There were two different bumper stickers, I guess. One was stronger and the other was longer. Both of those, as we know, are by the by. They then said, well, they were going to work to get less for less. Well, that's gone by the by. And from everything that's leaking out now, it sounds like it's going to be worse for worse. And I just can't fathom that we want to enter into that at this point. And as the chairman properly notes, it's going to cause a tremendous amount of cash to be transmitted to the Russians as a result of a new Jcpoa for the reasons he discussed. There's no logical reason to be doing that at this time. Look, this thing's been dragging on. I know the administration wanted to immediately reverse what Trump had done, and I get that. But they've been at it now for a year and a half, and it certainly can be put off for another 6 months. I'm not asking that you end it. I know what you're going to do, and I know, when I say you, I mean the administration. I know what the administration's going to do, and I know how it's going to wind up. But at least put it on ice for 6 months till we get this mess behind us. So that's the plea I have on the Jcpoa. I think it would be in everybody's best interest to do that. As I talked about in our closed hearing yesterday, I hope you will focus on, we hear a lot about stingers, we hear a lot about the Javelin. We hear a lot about the Russian MiGs that other countries have. We'd like to get into the fight. But one thing that hasn't been discussed are other surface-to-air missiles between the Patriots, which are the big gun, and the Stingers, which are the small gun, I guess. And I really think they could do some good with some of those intermediate missiles. And I hope you will convey that to the administration and work on that. Finally, let me just close with secondary sanctions. I know they haven't, the administration hasn't reached for the secondary sanction tool in their toolbox yet. I would say and I would urge that the minute we see somebody trying to get around these sanctions or somebody trying to actually do business with the Russians, the secondary sanctions need to come into play. They can be used surgically. They can be used in a targeted fashion so that we don't injure somebody through collateral damage, either us or one of our partners. That can be done easily with the waivers. So I would urge again that they keep that tool at the ready in case they need to use it. And if you want to respond to any of that, you got 1 minute and 16 seconds.
Thank you, Ranking Member Risch. Let me just say, with regard to the weapons that we are sending to Ukraine, as you know, we talked about some of this in classified session yesterday, and we generally don't talk in specifics in an open session. But with regard to other systems that we might be able to send, we are working very hard and fast on that now. And we can speak further about it in another setting if you'd like.
That's good to hear.
With regard to secondary sanctions, I think you know that some of what we have done already, particularly the export control constraints, has a global impact in the sense that anybody seeking to transfer American high-tech, anything at all to Russia that has American high technology in it, whether that country is Singapore or China or Germany or whatever, has to have a license. So that is our effort to create a global regime here. But as I said, we are also seeking to get more and more countries to join us in as much of this regime as possible. But we'll continue to look at all of these things that you raised. Look, we're not having a hearing about the Jcpoa. I will simply say that there was extreme concern that this is not an issue that can wait, given Iran's acceleration of its development of technology towards a weapon. And the last thing we need is this war and Iran with a nuclear weapon. Thanks.
Senator Cardin.
Secretary Nuland, first of all, thank you very much. And we certainly appreciate the unity that the Biden administration has been able to achieve with our allies and the global community in isolating Russia and providing needed help to Ukraine and Ukrainian people. So we talk about that there is strong agreement to supply Ukraine with the defensive lethal weapons they need. And we've done that, and our allies have done that, countries have done that, and we've been pretty effective in getting that type of equipment to the Ukrainians. So I'm a little bit baffled as to why it's taking so long in regards to aircraft getting into Ukraine. President Zelenskyy has made it clear he needs it. There is strong unity among all of us that we should be supplying that. And I know that you're not up to date as to the most recent announcements made by the Poles in regards to the aircraft being delivered to Germany. But I would ask that if this is not going to be handled quickly, to please advise this committee. Time is of the essence. And we would like to see those planes there yesterday. So if there's additional bureaucratic delays in making this available, I think we want to know about it because we would like to be helpful in getting it to the Ukrainians as soon as possible. We mean like today. So if you could just make a commitment to let us know if there's going to be any delays in accommodating those aircraft, I would appreciate that. I know the committee would appreciate that.
Thank you very much. I did convey the strong bipartisan sentiment of the committee yesterday with regard to these aircraft, and will do so again based on this hearing. Thanks.
Thank you. So I want to talk a little bit about Moldova and Georgia. if it were not for the Ukrainian resistance, and if Mr. Putin was able to overtake Ukraine in the time frame that he thought he would be able to do it, I dare say that there would be real concern that Mr. Putin may be on his way to Moldova and Georgia, non-NATO countries. So what steps are we taking today to help Moldova and Georgia, recognizing that if the circumstances change and Mr. Putin believes he has the ability, he would not hesitate to cross those borders. He already has. I mean, he's already in Moldova and Georgia in contested areas that are not contested, but only by Mr. Putin believing they're contested. What steps are being taken so that those countries are going to be in the best possible position to defend themselves in the event that Mr. Putin decides he's going to move more aggressively in those two countries?
Well, thanks, Senator Cardin. First, with regard to Georgia, as you know, we have a long-standing security relationship with Georgia. They have also contributed regularly to all kinds of NATO operations and NATO exercises and have received lots of U.S. military training and equipment over the years, and that program accelerated quite a bit after President Putin's invasion of Georgia in 2008. So that relationship is strong and continues to be strong. With regard to Moldova, as you know, Secretary Blinken was in Moldova, I can't remember, Saturday, maybe Friday or Saturday, and he went with the intention of showing U.S. support and seeking to understand better what their concerns are in the context of this war. And as you know, were Putin's troops to make that landing in Odessa, it's just a short hop up Transnistria, and Moldova would be next. We, in response to the president of Moldova's requests, we are looking at increasing not only our humanitarian support to Moldova, because they are also hosting lots of Ukrainian refugees, but border security and energy security and other things that government has asked for, and we will continue to be responsive as we can.
So let me ask one additional question. As early as Thursday or Friday, we're going to pass an omnibus appropriation bill. It's going to contain a significant amount of funds for humanitarian assistance. Is the State Department prepared to be able to implement major supplying of humanitarian needs in regards to the refugees that have fled, as well as the people within Ukraine that need help? Are we have the capacity to make sure those relief funds and relief efforts are implemented immediately?
We are, Senator. In fact, as we saw these troops mounting on Ukraine's borders, we began working with UN agencies, with the Ukrainians, with neighboring states to stockpile humanitarian support. So much of what was initially available was the result of that stockpiling. We are now continuing to push humanitarian support into Ukraine, as are the UN agencies, and into Moldova, as I said. And Poland is also getting a huge amount of international support, as are Romania, Slovakia, Hungary, other countries on the front line. And we will do more together with our partners at AID and in the UN agencies.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Rubio.
Secretary Nuland, does the United States recognize Juan Guaido as the president of Venezuela?
We recognize his leadership in Venezuela, yes.
Do we recognize him as the president of Venezuela? Is that not our official position?
It is.
So why would we meet with a dictator, Nicolas Maduro, without telling Juan Guaido or the ambassador here in the United States that it was happening? I know you told them afterwards. Why wouldn't we coordinate with them beforehand?
We did coordinate with them beforehand. We met with the opposition before that meeting.
You met with the opposition after that meeting?
I will take that. I think it was the other way around, Senator.
After that meeting, you are aware that the Venezuelan oil industry is in shambles after years of mismanagement, corruption, to personal piggy bank. They produce on a good day, about a quarter of what they're used to produce, what we would all remember as Venezuela. And every informed person in oil industry will tell you that if we were to buy all of it, and we can't because some of it's already contractually committed, it would be an insignificant impact on U.S. economy. So but it would be a huge benefit to Maduro. It would be millions of dollars for his personal piggy bank. So is this meeting, the secret meeting that occurred this weekend, which is published everywhere, is this part of a Russia strategy, or is it part of a general pivot in the broader Venezuela matter?
There's zero pivot in our Venezuela strategy, Senator. The first and foremost, and I can only talk about it to some extent in this setting. I'm happy to talk to you about it in another setting if you'd like, or after.
Well, it's not you, not because it's classified, but because it's confidential with another government, another country.
For a number of reasons, but first and foremost, the mission was about visiting and checking on the welfare of our incarcerated Americans, the Citco 6 and the other 2. And as you know, we have made regular visits to Caracas for that purpose. We were also seeking to get the Venezuelan government back to the table with the opposition in the internationally monitored peace talks. And then there were a number of other things that we discussed that I can talk to you about in another.
Why did they leave those negotiations? Do you recall?
They left them because they objected to the extradition of one of
Alex Saab.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
one of
the guy that was
right.
helping them to
right.
steal gold and sell it to Iran.
But I think you'd agree that if they were willing to come back to the table with the opposition, that would be a good thing for the opposition's goals.
Actually, I don't really think it would matter. Maduro's he's a habitual negotiator, but he never leads to anything. That's why the Vatican won't even host him anymore. Other countries don't even want to be involved anymore. He uses negotiations the way Putin does, habitually, to divide and demoralize his opposition. I just don't understand why we think that cutting a deal with Maduro now to lift sanctions, as he yesterday bragged on television, about that meeting and how it's the end of, and as they mocked Guaido, that meeting did tremendous damage to the person that we recognize as the president of Venezuela. It's incredibly troubling, and it would mean nothing. We would notice nothing. He's more than happy to agree to negotiations. He uses them to divide the opposition and demoralize them habitually, the way Putin has done as well. I only have a minute left. Let me ask you, does Ukraine have chemical or biological weapons?
Ukraine has biological research facilities, which, in fact, we are now quite concerned Russian forces may be seeking to gain control of. So we are working with the Ukrainians on how they can prevent any of those research materials from falling into the hands of Russian forces should they approach.
I'm sure you're aware that the Russian propaganda groups are already putting out there all kinds of information about how they've uncovered a plot by the Ukrainians to release biological weapons in the country and with NATO's coordination. If there's a biological or chemical weapon incident or attack inside of Ukraine, is there any doubt in your mind that 100% it would be the Russians that would be behind it?
There is no doubt in my mind, Senator, and it is classic Russian technique to blame on the other guy what they're planning to do themselves.
Last question. I am certain that the Russians were looking at their reserves as a way to buffer sanctions. Do you know how, now that we've sanctioned the central bank along with others, do we have an idea of what percentage of their reserves are frozen or inaccessible to them?
Virtually all of them are now frozen. You notice that the country's been under currency controls for almost 2 weeks now. And the whole point of putting so many of these top 10 banks under sanctions is to make it impossible for them to get access to their cash in hard currency.
Thank you. Senator Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here and for everything that the State Department and the administration is doing to help Ukraine. As I'm sure you're aware, I weighed in with Senator Portman over the weekend on the importance of providing jets through Poland for the Ukrainians after we heard from President Zelenskyy that that was his #1 request. And I understand that we are still working on that issue, that we had not coordinated with Poland before they made their announcement. Is that correct?
Not to my knowledge, and I was in a meeting where I ought to have heard about that just before I came. So I think that actually was a surprise move by the Poles.
And that one of the challenges is being able to backfill any planes that are provided to Ukraine. Is there a willingness on the part of other of our European allies to help support this effort?
Well, Senator, I think what's most important in the short run with regard to Poland is that they benefit from full air security from the NATO alliance. And as you know, the U.S. has increased our support to Poland, as have other NATO allies. So, and we're also looking at putting some Patriot batteries into Poland. So I think the main issue is to evaluate together what Poland's immediate needs are in the context of being a neighbor of this conflict.
And I certainly agreed with the line of questioning that you heard from Senator Rubio about the disinformation and if you want to know what Russia's planning, look at what they're accusing us of.
Exactly.
To what extent are we working with our allies on the responding to the disinformation that is out there that Russia's putting out? Because obviously the Baltic countries, Poland, a number of our Eastern European allies have long experience with responding to disinformation on the part of Russia. Are we coordinating that effort in any way?
Absolutely, Senator. I think you know the State Department's Global Engagement Center, which you all helped us stand up and supported, works 24/7 with other allies and partners, not just in Europe, but around the world, to bring to light Russian disinformation campaigns and who is pushing them. We also work with the tech companies to try to take down false stories, and we are working very assiduously on all of that now. We're also working to try to get truth into Russia in the context of a complete freeze on independent news going there, and that is an issue that is of paramount concern to all of us.
So how are we replacing the information that might have been shared through social media that is no longer operating in Russia? Are we looking specifically in that area?
So what I would say to you, without getting into it in too much detail, there are a large number of Russian independent journalists who are now active outside the country, who make use of the internet and Telegram and other channels to get truth into Russia. There are huge numbers of influencers and vloggers and videographers who are themselves working to push the truth into Russia. And I think that is partly why the Kremlin came down so hard on independent media. We ourselves were doing interviews at all levels with what was left of Russian independent media and any Russian state media that would have us, but we are continuing to work with lots of the journalists that we already had been working with, as have our allies and partners, and trying to find as many creative ways as we can to get truth into Russia.
Thank you. And finally, as you're aware, the European subcommittee did a hearing on the Black Sea region a month or so ago. And one of the things we heard is that the administration was working on a strategy for the Black Sea. Can you talk about how what Russia has done affects what that strategy might look like in the future?
I think the greatest concern is the fact that as Putin has installed more and more weapons and more sophisticated weapons onto the Crimean Peninsula, he has used that weaponry to threaten freedom of navigation and to claim greater and greater parts of the Black Sea well beyond territorial limits. You will remember from the fall, I can't remember the name of the British ship that came under fire when it was well in international waters. So we have a regular rotation of NATO exercises and U.S. exercises into the Black Sea to show presence and try to keep the Black Sea open. But we are also working on the capability of all of those states on the littoral, Romania, Bulgaria, Turkey, And I will say that Turkey has taken some very strong moves since this conflict began under the Montreux Convention to deny warships access. So we are working on all of those things. And then the strategy will, of course, also look at cyber collaboration, economic integration, fishing, clean Black Sea, all of those things.
Thank you.
Senator Johnson.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, Undersecretary Nuland, welcome. I've done a fair amount of negotiating in my private sector life. Generally, when the negotiations proceed and I realize the negotiating partner is not negotiating in good faith, I walk away. Actually, always. If I'm not perceiving a good faith negotiation, I walk away. I've never, ever tried to negotiate with somebody who would refuse to even sit down and talk to me. But in fact, isn't that what's happening with the Jcpoa negotiations right now? Iran refuses to meet with our negotiators?
So, Senator Johnson, we don't sit face-to-face with Iran, but we have nearly completed this agreement on the basis of the face-to-face negotiations that they do have with our European partners. So,
but
it's
again,
not ideal.
But it's true, Iran refuses to meet with us, correct? Isn't that an automatic admission that they're not good faith negotiations? Why would the administration, why would President Biden participate in something like that? That's a charade. It's not a negotiation.
Senator Johnson, I will say that I, too, have done a lot of negotiating in my life, and whereas it's not ideal not to sit in the same room, it can work, and proximity talks have been known to produce very good agreements. Over time, we will see if we can get there on this one.
Okay. Following up on Senator Rubio's questioning on Venezuela, it sounds like you really weren't talking about buying their oil. Is that true?
Senator, I'm happy to talk in some detail about all the contours of that trip in another setting, or perhaps in a little while. We are still in the process of working on a number of things there, but the primary purpose of that mission was to go see our 8 Americans who are incarcerated.
So again, Senator Rubio's more familiar with what their oil capacities are, but it sounds like they really couldn't add much to anything we would do. So, I mean, can you just state categorically that we will not be buying Venezuelan oil? We won't. If we're going to buy oil, we'll buy American oil. We won't buy it from a tyrant like Maduro.
Senator, let me try to put this whole oil issue in some context, if I may. When we ban Russian oil, as the President very clearly did today, that has an impact on all kinds of things. You know, we already have a situation, thanks to the international efforts that we have galvanized, where 70% of Russian fuel is stuck. But the particular kind of Russian fuel that the U.S. imports, or had been importing, was heavy fuel. And that is only produced in a couple of countries around the world. So whereas, we want to ban Russian oil, we also need to find a way, if we do not want to have major economic impacts as a result of this war and this squeeze on oil around the world, we have to find a way to get more capacity into the system. So
again, you're not ruling out buying oil from the tyrant Maduro in Venezuela. You're not ruling that out.
I will come back to you on that question.
Okay. We have seen some protests in Russia. It seems like they're being suppressed pretty effectively. People are being jailed. What information are those individuals getting? How are they getting it? And what is the U.S. doing to make sure that the Russian people get more of the truth and less Russian propaganda?
Well, again, President Putin is scared of what we were already doing, so scared that he had to choke off the rest of what was left of the free press in Russia. But as I mentioned to Senator Shaheen, we and our allies have broad and deep relationships with lots of Russian journalists and lots of Russian brave influencers operating outside of Russia, who are able to push their information into Russia by various means. We also have RFERL, which, though it has been closed down in Russia, has a relatively sizable listenership and viewership through the web, through the internet, which President Putin has not yet closed down in Russia. So we're working on lots of different ways to try to get truth into Russia. I will say that brave Ukrainians, whether they are individual citizens with their cell phones or Ukrainian journalists, have documented the same pictures that we are seeing on our TV are now being packaged by some of these Russian journalists to get back into Russia and to get the truth to them, despite President Putin's effort to blind his own people.
I hope part of the truth we're going to be broadcasting to Russia is just how much of the oligarchs Putin has stolen from the Russian people. I hope as we confiscate that wealth, which I hope we do, I hope we lay it out for the Russian people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Coons.
Thank you, Chairman Menendez. Thank you, Undersecretary Nuland, both for this hearing and for last night's classified briefing. I wish the American people could see the determined and strong and bipartisan engagement that I'm at least experiencing from this committee and from Congress. Over the weekend, more than 280 members of Congress participated in a call with President Zelenskyy. And if anything, I have been encouraged, even surprised at times, by the unanimity within Congress of support for stronger and stronger measures against Putin and Putin's Russia for his unjustified and immoral invasion of Ukraine. You've served for 32 years at least our nation and our public in the State Department and in other roles, and your advice and your insight is greatly appreciated and welcome. And I believe that President Biden's forceful leadership, the decision to proactively release intelligence in order to make it clear to Russia we knew what they were planning, to proactively invest time and effort and diplomatic resources in rebuilding our ties with the EU, with NATO, with other vital partners, laid the groundwork for what has been, in just 12 days, a striking, swift, broad action by the West to impose crippling sanctions on Russia and Russia's economy. I'm very concerned about the humanitarian situation in Ukraine. The United Nations is planning for 5 million refugees and 7 million internally displaced people. There are, as of today, 2 million Ukrainians who have fled the country, 1 million of them children. That's more in 12 days than fled Syria in 3 years. And I'm hopeful that this week we will pass an emergency supplemental for Ukraine that will be no less than $12 billion, and that more than half of that will be dedicated to the humanitarian crisis. Please help us understand the UN's playing a key role. The World Food Program, UNHCR, as well as, of course, USAID, and some other impressive private groups like World Central Kitchen are responding quickly. Our partners and allies like Poland, Hungary, Romania, Moldova, as you've mentioned, are responding. What more can we and should we do to meet this humanitarian crisis, which is coming on top of refugee and food insecurity crises in a dozen other countries around the world?
Senator Coons, I think you put your finger on it, that unfortunately, at 2 million refugees now, we may not have even half of what we will see here. What I will say is that they are fleeing into, by and large, European Union countries who are relatively prosperous and are doing a spectacular job in their own right of welcoming them, managing them. EU agencies are also, EU ECHO and others, working actively with the UN, and a large number of them are also going to relatives who already live in Europe. But that might be just the beginning of this, and I think as it gets worse, we'll have more and more of the infirm, of the young, of those who have special needs. So what we are trying to do is to ensure that we are continuing to get humanitarian assistance into Ukraine. You've seen the horrendous pictures of people sleeping, week after week now in subway stations or their bombed out houses, et cetera. The needs there appear to be moving from early on need for hygiene products and health products and those kinds of things to now needing foodstuffs and other things. And then we're trying to help Poland not only with its ability to flow through refugees, but with its border management, because that first day as they come off the border is where it's most congested. And
Senator Shaheen and I were in Poland just 2 weeks ago and are impressed with the level of partnership. Let me just in closing mention this supplemental will include something many of us have supported, more funding for Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, to try and get into Russia and Ukraine, truthful, accurate reporting. I'm a co-sponsor as well of a resolution that's bipartisan condemning Russian war crimes and calling on international bodies like the ICC to investigate. And I want just to be reassured that we're doing everything we can to document the atrocities against civilians being committed by Russians and to hold Russia's military and political leadership, and specifically Vladimir Putin, accountable for crimes against humanity.
So to say there, it is Ukrainians who are doing a spectacular job as they confront these horrific incidents in getting documentation and ensuring that they get that out to the world, and we are preparing as an international community to respond to all of that and to deal with it, and to hold Putin accountable, as well as those who helped him prosecute this war.
Thank you, and thank you for your service.
Senator Romney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary. I appreciate your willingness to provide this information to us today and again yesterday. With regards to the aircraft that are now under U.S. control, apparently, MiG aircraft that will be in Ramstein and that will be able to be sent to Ukraine. I know there will be hand-wringing and concern about what might happen and how Russia might respond. But I did receive a note from a friend who said this. He said, "It seems to me that this war will be over when Putin is more worried about what NATO might do than NATO being worried about what Putin might do." And I know that all things associated with this conflict have a certain degree of risk, but at the same time there are people dying, and there is I think a worldwide clamoring, including by our people here, to provide support and help to the people of Ukraine and to help end this outrage. You spent a lot of your career looking at Mr. Putin and trying to understand his reasoning, perhaps not his psychology, but there are a number of people that said he's not going to invade Ukraine. He realizes that's a terrible decision, would not be in his best interest, but nonetheless he did. There are others that are writing, it's because we sort of opened the door to him, or to Ukraine joining NATO that precipitated this. What's your view? As you look at Putin, why did he decide to go in? What precipitated this? I don't just mean this immediate action, but I mean, why did he make such an extraordinary investment of his country with such enormous repercussions? What drove this? And I say that not because I'm just curious for the past, but to try and get a sense of where we might be headed.
Senator, I think obviously those questions should best be directed to Mr. Putin, but I will give you a few thoughts here anyway. I think over the years, President Putin's imperial ambition has grown, and he is dissatisfied with the last 30 years of Russian history and has longed for some time to be the guy that helps recreate the Soviet Union, the fall of which he said was one of the greatest tragedies of the 20th century. Imagine that, the 20th century. So I think he's had that ambition. I think in the last couple of years he's been particularly obsessed with this and particularly consumed. He has created, as you know, a whole bed of lies about how the U.S. would use Ukraine as a springboard to Russia, or that NATO would. And he has frankly made clear in the last couple of days that he doesn't actually think that Ukraine is an independent country from Russia. So I think his interior mind is now out there for everybody to see. So that's what makes me worried, that not only do we have to ensure that this Ukraine gambit is a strategic failure for Putin for Ukraine's sake, but also for all of the other countries in the region, and his appetite has only grown with the eating. So, we can't allow this to stand.
Do you have a sense of what the end game might be for Putin? Because losing is not acceptable, I'm sure, in his psyche. Is there an off-ramp? Are there some options that you've considered that might be ways for this conflict to end?
The way this conflict will end is when Putin realizes that this adventure has put his own leadership standing at risk, with his own military, with his own people, that he is hemorrhaging the lives of the people of Russia, the army of Russia, and their future to his own vain ambition, and he will have to change course, or the Russian people take matters into their own hands. But from the U.S. perspective, the end game is the strategic defeat of President Putin in this adventure.
Would China have the capacity to influence his decisions at this stage, and are they trying to do so?
The Chinese like to say that they are neutral in this conflict. We discussed a little bit yesterday. We believe that it's incumbent on all of us, and partners. I think you know that President Schultz and President Macron, Chancellor Schultz and President Macron talked to Xi Jinping just today to impress upon the Chinese that neutrality is not an option here, that this is a violation of international humanitarian law, violation of sovereignty, that they should not want to stand with somebody who would exact this kind of brutality on his own people, that they should be pushing Putin to stop, that they should be pushing for humanitarian corridors, that they should be thinking about their own strategic and economic interests as this war ramps up energy prices and makes it harder for them, ramps up global commodity prices, and as you know, they just reported the slowest growth in some 15 years of their own. So they have an opportunity for leadership here, and we are all urging them to take it.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for your opening comments. We are all standing today in awe of the bravery and heroism of the Ukrainian people, of their government, and I'm so pleased that this committee and this Congress has, by and large, been able to come together in our support for their efforts. Madam Secretary, I want to thank you personally, because I don't know that there is an American diplomat who has fought more vigorously for Ukraine, for Ukrainian sovereignty, for Ukrainian independence over the course of the last decade than you have. First, second, and third, we thank the Ukrainian people for what they are doing right now on behalf of global democracy, but it is the U.S.-Ukrainian partnership, an economic partnership, a political partnership, a military partnership that you have helped forge, I think that has been contributory to their ability to stand up and defend themselves. And so I'm grateful for the work that you've done and for your friendship and your candor, as always, time after time with this committee. Let me just say, I think it's a curious decision by Poland to announce their gift of several $100 million worth of jets to the United States without alerting us first, especially since, frankly, they would be the more natural direct partner with Ukraine, given that these are MiG jets that the Poles know how to use and will ultimately have to help transfer to the Ukrainians. And I look forward to consultations that we will have with them about their recent announcement. But I did want to turn just for a moment to some of the questions that have been raised about Russia's role within the talks inside Vienna. And let me just ask you a pretty simple predicate question to make sure we sort of level set what this committee needs to worry about. The Russian invasion of Ukraine is not the only security challenge posed to the United States today, correct?
Correct.
So, listen, I frankly think it would be national security malpractice for the United States to kick down the road another 6 months a nuclear deal with Iran, given what this Congress has learned about the progress of the Iranian nuclear program since the withdrawal. To give it another 6 months is to essentially put Iran on the doorstep of a nuclear weapon. And so, because you've been asked questions already about the particulars of these negotiations, maybe just draw us back for a moment and talk to us for a minute about the consequences of not re-entering a deal with the Iranians, and in particular, the prospects for a nuclear arms race in the Middle East to be set off by a sort of final failure of the United States and Iran to get back to a diplomatic agreement.
Well, thanks for that opportunity, Senator, and thanks for your very kind words. My home state senator, we should admit here, and a long friend. Let me just say that, as you put it, the last thing we need on top of Putin's bloody war is a nuclear-armed Iran. And, what we can say in this setting is that nuclear capability of the kind that we don't want to see could come to Iran in a matter of weeks and months if we don't get them back into this agreement. And that is not good for the planet, and to have both Iran and Russia able to threaten all of us in that way would be catastrophic at this time, not to mention what they might do if they teamed up. So we've got to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time, and that is what we are trying to do. And we do appreciate the fact that we've been able to come up to the Congress again and again and again to try to work on these issues together.
And so just spend the last moment here talking about what Russia's role is at that table, what their equities are. I know many of my colleagues are worried about the benefits that may accrue to Russia through an agreement. How do we workshop their role in these negotiations?
So I remember earlier in my career working with the Russians during the Bush administration, and we were concerned about Iran's nuclear program, and they would say they can't do it, it's not going to happen. And then a switch flipped at some point in the mid-aught years, where they began to understand that Iran with a nuclear weapon could threaten them. And that's what got them involved in working with us and bringing China along in this negotiation. So they were partners in the first Jcpoa, and they have been actually very helpful in trying to get us back to where we are now. First and foremost, because a nuclear-armed Iran is closer to them than they are to us, and the range of the weapons that Iran would have first could hit them before they could hit us. That said, they also have some unique capacity to downgrade uranium, et cetera. So one of the roles that they would play in this deal would be to take higher-grade uranium fuel that is only appropriate for weapons and blend it down so that it could be used in reactors, et cetera. There have been, we've had some questions about whether Russia stands to gain financially from this deal. Russia has relatively small trade relations with Iran, so it's primarily in the interest of their own national security and their own concerns about a nuclear Iran that they participate in all of this and offer to be the blender down of the fuel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Just an observation, they're not the only country who can do that. Senator Portman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Secretary Nuland, unfortunately, you were right about Putin. And so here we are. We have a brutal, illegal, totally unprovoked, unjustified attack on our ally, a democratic country, a sovereign country. And tonight, as we sit here in Ukraine, they are continuing to bomb civilian targets. They shelled civilians who chose to walk down the humanitarian corridors that they had agreed to. They killed people who were on these corridors. So we have to remember this is something that requires us, along with our allies, all countries, really, certainly all freedom-loving countries who care about what might happen to them, to step up and do more. So I appreciate what was said today. But we've got to do more, both in terms of military assistance and in terms of sanctions. And it's a matter of days or weeks, not months, that we have to do more, because it will be too late otherwise. I think Putin miscalculated. He miscalculated about the resolve of the Ukrainian people and the competence of their military. He miscalculated about the resolve of the alliance to respond. But let's get these planes into the country. I think it's a good sign that today the Polish government sent out a release saying, you can have these MiGs. There are 29 of them. By the way, I wish they would also provide the 18 Su-25s, some of which are dual bomber fighters, because they could use those too. I wish Slovakia would do the same thing with their 11 MiGs, and Bulgaria has 13 MiGs, as far as we know, maybe more. But I hope that you will commit today, and I suppose this is in the form of a question, do you commit to do everything possible to make this arrangement work, whatever it takes? Now, the response that I've gotten from some of the administration is, we're not sure, it might make Putin mad. You know, he has invaded his neighbor and he's killing innocent people, and everything makes him mad. I mean, he said the sanctions are an act of war. He gets mad over the javelins and the stingers. So are you going to do everything you possibly can to get these airplanes that the Ukrainians want badly? We've heard it directly from the president. We've heard it from other Ukrainian officials. Can we get these planes into Ukraine to begin to provide some protection for these innocent civilians?
Senator, as I committed yesterday, I will continue to convey the very strong bipartisan view of this committee that these planes need to get to Ukraine. As we discussed in another setting, there are a number of factors to consider here, and there are some mixed views among allies and even within the administration, but obviously I will convey your strong views and the strong views of everybody that has spoken today on this issue.
My time is clicking here, but it's not really a concern to me that there is some disagreement in the administration, because all it requires is for the president and his team to decide this is the way we're going to go. Finally, the oil was blocked today, or will be blocked. That's great. But it took a long time. It took too long. On sanctions, so many questions for you. Most favored nation, I think we should use our Article 21 ability under the WTO to revoke that. If you have thoughts on that, I'd appreciate it. I think we should seize assets, not just freeze assets. Specific question about U.S. sanctions against Russia's biggest banks, including VTB Bank. They don't apply to energy transactions, we're told, until June 24th. Is that true?
So all of the things that you listed are things that we are looking at. As I said in my opening statement, we are not done with sanctions if he is not done with this war, and we will continue to escalate. So you named a number of the things that we are and will look at. With regard to VTB, as you know, part of the strength, the strength of sanctions is when we can do them multilaterally and particularly transatlantically with our European allies and partners in Japan. Because of the energy dependency of a number of our European allies, we did agree to a phase-in of some of the VTB sanctions to allow energy processing for Europe, and that will fade out over time.
June 24th. Why that late date? By June 24th, it may be too late.
It was part of our building of this package with the Europeans to have a 90-day wind down on this energy carve-out. So that was part of the deal that we struck to maintain unity.
My time's expired. So many other questions, but penetrating the Kremlin's information firewall, it seems to me, is a critical step here to allow the Russian people to know the truth. And anything we can do in that regard to be helpful, I'd like you to follow up with us on that, please.
I will.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kaine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Secretary Nuland. And I add my words to those of my colleagues to just commend the cooperation of the United States and the leadership of the United States with other nations. If the world wanted to see what U.S. leadership in assembling a coalition of democracies could produce, I believe the world has seen that. And for anyone who's questioned the value of alliances or NATO, I think they understand it now. My colleagues have asked many of my questions, so this is maybe more of a comment. There's 195 countries in the world. 2 have Jewish heads of state, Israel and Ukraine. 2 other nations, Panama and Latvia, have heads of state who have Jewish family members, but Volodymyr Zelenskyy is a particular case. His great-grandfather and many siblings were murdered in the Holocaust. His grandfather fought with the Red Army against the Nazis. And yet he has been subject to 3 assassination attempts by public reporting, by this invasion, by war criminal Vladimir Putin. And the Russian missile strikes have hit Babyn Yar, the ravine in Kiev that was the site of the largest single massacre of Jews during World War II in September of 1941. And I mention these facts because you were asked by Senator Romney how Vladimir Putin was justifying his actions, and you said he's kind of put it out there. And one of the things that's amazing, this is the person we're dealing with, he said that this invasion was needed to denazify Ukraine. So he is attempting to decapitate a government that's led by one of 2 Jewish heads of state in the world, who was the survivor of a family of those who were killed in the Holocaust. And he's doing it in a way where he's putting at risk sacred sites that are known throughout the world and across history for the massacre of Jews during World War II. This is the person that we're dealing with. Just that simple phrase, I'm trying to denazify Ukraine, suggests that he's thinking about this as if we're living in 1945 or 1941 rather than 2020. He's willing to repeat the big lie I'm going to denazify this country by killing one of 2 Jewish heads of state in the world and decapitating the government, repeating the big lie over and over and over again. And even willing to attack these sites like Babyn Yar, and also there's Russia attacks in Odessa going on, and the massacre of Jews in Odessa was even larger later in the war than the massacres at Babyn Yar in 1941. We've got to win. Democracies have to win this. The challenge, I think, that we're really grappling with is that the strategies that this administration has put together with other democracies are showing great resolve, and the Ukrainian people are showing even greater resolve, and there are early signs of resistance in Russia, runs on ATMs and banks, and protests despite repeated arrests that are ongoing. Nations that we wouldn't have expected to participate with NATO, Sweden and Finland, non-NATO members delivering weapons to Ukraine, Germany, which has had this post-World War II policy of not putting weapons into a war zone, willing to deliver weapons into Ukraine, Moldova, which has much to fear, announcing just last week that they desperately want to be members of the EU. What Vladimir Putin did in the 2014 invasion of Ukraine and the establishment of these puppet states in Donetsk and Luhansk, everyone could look at those states and see the grim Stalinist camps they were becoming from what had been thriving cities and realize we don't want any part of that. Vladimir Putin is chasing many nations that were not previously leaning toward the EU or leaning toward NATO. He's done the best possible job to chase them in to a Western orientation. We need to continue to harvest that, and yet the challenge of all of that is that may not be enough to change Vladimir Putin's calculation. There doesn't seem to be easy off-ramps, and we talked about this during the classified hearing that we had yesterday, and I don't need you to comment further on it. But if the world wants to know the character of this individual, there are a lot of ways to measure it, but someone who would attempt to decapitate the government of one of 2 nations in the world led by a Jewish head of state whose family perished in the Holocaust and claiming that the motivation behind it is denazification of Ukraine. This tells you the kind of person we're dealing with. That's all I have to say, Mr. Chair.
Senator Young.
Welcome, Undersecretary. I wanted to follow up on the inquiries of the ranking member and Senator Murphy. Like them, I too am extremely concerned with reports Russia's attempting to link Iran deal negotiations to sanctions imposed on Russia for its invasion. The situation looks to me more like Russia's trying to blackmail the United States, hoping the administration is going to sacrifice Ukraine in a misguided effort to finalize an Iran deal at all costs. Reports indicate that Lavrov has requested written guarantees from the U.S. with regard to sanctions relief for transactions between Russia and Iran for the negotiations to continue as a precondition for closing out those negotiations. My question is this, Undersecretary. Has the administration provided any written guarantees to Russia that its trade, investment, or military cooperation with Iran will not be subject to sanctions?
No.
Thank you. Has anything about your negotiations with the Russians changed as a result of their invasion of Ukraine?
Senator, in this open setting, I will simply say that you are right. Russia is trying to up the ante and broaden its demands with regard to the Jcpoa, and we are not playing let's make a deal.
I'll look forward to following up this line of inquiry in a closed setting. But before I move on, in light of the gravity of this dynamic, how can the administration negotiate in good faith with Russia in these Iranian talks? Wouldn't any announced deal be immediately undermined by Russia's ongoing behavior?
Senator, we're not negotiating with Iran, with Russia vis-a-vis Iran. As we talked about earlier, Russia, for its own reasons, has chosen to be a participant in these negotiations because it wants to see Iran's ability to get a nuclear weapon constrained. So this is one of those rare instances where we have the same strategic objective. And I would argue, as I did earlier, that for us, that strategic objective becomes even more important because we don't want a nuclear Iran and a rampaging Putin in Ukraine at the same time.
I'm not sure we still do have the same strategic objective. That argument might have been made until just the recent days when the Iranian, or rather the Russian negotiator put himself on the internet, indicating that his position was indeed shaped not by, if I recall, he said that his position was shaped by the current circumstances in Ukraine. What is the recent developments? Is that accurate? That the dynamics have changed on account of this intervention? And if so, does Russian participation undermine the negotiations?
What I can say in this open setting is that there may be some in Russia seeking to get extra benefits for their cooperation and participation in seeking to get Iran back into the Jcpoa, but they are not going to be successful.
Thank you, Undersecretary. I'm going to move on, just another couple of questions here, I'll bundle together in light of time. China is watching this entire Ukraine conflict with close interest and surely seeking to make the most of the situation. Can you provide more details on the Saturday call between Secretary Blinken and Chinese Foreign Minister Wang? Specifically, what did Foreign Minister Wang mean when he stated that the situation in Ukraine has, quote, reached a point that China did not wish to see, unquote?
Well, I'm going to let the Chinese side speak for themselves. I will simply say what I said earlier in this hearing, that our intention in our regular engagement with China, including Secretary Blinken's call with his counterpart, was to underscore that this war is not good for China, that we want to see China use its influence with Russia to get this war ended, and at a minimum to help get these humanitarian corridors going, and that if they are concerned about their economic situation, as they should well be with the lowest growth rates in 15 years, that this war is contributing to it.
I'm out of time. Thank you, Undersecretary.
Senator Markey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your great work, Madam Secretary. As you may remember, you and I discussed in a hearing before this committee in December the fact that the United States can't preach temperance from a bar stool when it comes to Russian energy, at the same time as many voices were railing against Europe for their reliance on Russian natural gas. American fossil fuel companies were importing nearly $20 billion of Russian oil just last year. And at that hearing, we discussed the fact that American consumers were unwittingly financing the ill-gotten gains of Putin and his inner circle, the same oligarchs responsible for enabling Putin's human rights abuses within Russia and now the unjustified invasion of Ukraine. President Biden made the right decision today, and I applaud him for that. Now we need to make it a permanent ban to build on the steps that the President announced today. We have to permanently wean ourselves off of corrupt foreign oil and gas by investing in a clean energy revolution. I introduced legislation, the Spigot Act, last week to do just that, and I think we should enact it so that we have that permanent ban. Madam Secretary, do you agree that there would be value in a comprehensive United States government report that lifts the veil on oil and gas oligarchs and their involvement in a vast array of Russian human rights abuses?
Senator, I love the word oligarchs. It sounds like a very good idea to me.
Excellent. The reality is, though, that the only way that we can do that and make it sustainable is if we can prevent these fossil-fueled conflicts by ending our own addiction to oil. It happened in the Middle East. It's happening here. And President Biden acknowledged in making today's announcement that we can't wait for big oil to do the right thing. We will be waiting for as long as it takes for carbon to become a fossil fuel. So we have to act as a Senate in order to take those steps. On the question of the nuclear power plants in Russia, how is the United States supporting efforts by the International Atomic Energy Agency to ensure the continued safe operation of all 15 Ukrainian nuclear plants?
So, Senator Merkley, I think you know that the IAEA is trying to negotiate some rules of the road between Russia and Ukraine as Russia tries to seize physical control of all of these plants, even as it insists that the Ukrainian operators continue to operate the plants for them. I think the attack on Zaporizhzhia was a wake-up call for not only Ukrainians and Russians, but for the whole world about the danger of close combat near these facilities. So we are strongly supporting this effort to negotiate safe practices. And as you know, at Zaporizhzhia, the Ukrainian operators performed magnificently in closing down all but that last bit of power that is needed to keep the core from melting down, such that it was less subject to an accident. So I think that also speaks to all the work that they have done since Chernobyl on nuclear safety. They are some of the best in the world now, frankly, with our support over many decades.
President Biden nominated Laura Holgate to be his ambassador to the International Atomic Energy Agency, given the potential threat to the safe operation of Ukraine's reactors and Ukraine's overall energy security. How important is it that Ambassador Holgate be confirmed by the United States Senate without delay, given what we're seeing in Ukraine right now?
Extremely important. Laura is a friend of 20 years and an excellent specialist.
Thank you. I agree with you, and I hope we can get it on the committee's agenda very promptly. And how concerned are you that Ukraine's other nuclear facilities could be in the crossfire or be subject to a deliberate attack?
I think we're all concerned that the Russians want to gain physical and military control, at least of the outskirts. And so, again, we are continuing to work with the Ukrainians on safe procedures, and we're supporting this IAEA initiative to get some rules of the road going. We'll see if the Russians do more than pay lip service to it.
I agree with you 100%. We just have to move very, very rapidly if we're going to deal with these threats as they're unfolding. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Undersecretary Nuland, thank you for testifying today. We are sitting here watching the most significant military conflict in Europe unfold since 1945, since the end of World War II. And I'm sorry to say that this war, I believe, is the direct result of repeated mistakes made by President Biden and the Biden administration. Two mistakes in particular. Number one, the disastrous withdrawal in Afghanistan and surrender to the Taliban that emboldened our enemies across the globe. But then number two, with respect to Russia and Ukraine, very specific mistakes. You and I have talked at great length about Nord Stream 2. As you know, this committee and the Congress won a bipartisan victory stopping Nord Stream 2 in 2019. I authored that legislation. As a result, Putin was deterred from invading Ukraine. When Joe Biden became president, he came in bound and determined to surrender the Nord Stream 2 pipeline to Russia and Putin, notwithstanding the enormous risks that came from it. When President Biden surrendered to Putin on Nord Stream 2, waived the sanctions that had been passed by Congress, at that time, Ukraine told us, if you do this, Russia will invade Ukraine. At that time, Poland told us, if you do this, Russia will invade Ukraine. At that time, I told the administration, and others on this committee told the administration, if you do this, Russia will invade Ukraine. We will see tanks in the streets of Kiev. I wish those predictions had proven wrong. This weekend, all 100 senators were on a video conference call with President Zelenskyy from Ukraine. President Zelenskyy told us if the United States government had put sanctions in place last year on Nord Stream 2, Putin would not have invaded Ukraine. And yet the administration was bound and determined to continue surrendering to Russia, even as Russian troops massed on the border of Ukraine, so much so that the White House put political pressure and forced 44 Democrats to vote to support Russia and Putin just weeks before this invasion. Now, after the invasion, finally, once there were Russian troops invading Ukraine, finally then, the Biden administration was dragged kicking and screaming to implementing sanctions on Nord Stream 2. As soon as you did, Nord Stream 2 declared bankruptcy and fired its employees. Now, in my judgment, Putin does not believe any promise from Joe Biden to maintain sanctions on Nord Stream 2 is credible. I think Putin is gambling that when the crisis passes, the sanctions will be lifted and Nord Stream 2 will be turned on. I've introduced legislation to make Nord Stream 2 sanctions permanent. In your judgment, do you believe sanctions on Nord Stream 2 should be permanent, or should the pipeline be allowed to be turned on?
Senator, I think Nord Stream 2 is now dead, and as you have said, it is a hunk of metal at the bottom of the sea. I don't think it will ever be revived.
So you don't think it will? So let me reiterate my question. Should the sanctions be permanent as a matter of law, in your judgment?
I don't think it matters one way or the other. I think the pipeline will never come back.
So you're testifying you have no objections then, and state has no objections to Congress making the sanctions permanent?
We haven't looked at what this would do, but I don't think it's relevant one way or the other.
Well, it is relevant because Biden waived them once in the face of massive congressional pressure.
Senator, if I may,
and put politics ahead of national security. And I believe Putin believes Biden will do it again.
Senator,
When the administration announced sanctions on Russia, it glaringly exempted energy from those sanctions. Now, this morning, the Biden administration listened to calls from me and from many others to finally include a boycott of Russian oil and gas. That was the right thing to do, but it should have been done at the outset. But Europe continues to rely on Russian energy. In your judgment, will our European allies follow suit and also boycott Russian energy?
as you have made clear, Senator, and as we all know, the Europeans have a much higher level of dependence today to heat their homes, to keep the lights on.
Is the Biden administration pressing the Europeans to end their reliance on Russia? And is the Biden administration pressing them to rely on alternative sources, including American energy, which is abundant and doesn't fuel a dictator like Putin?
So among the things that we have done as this crisis was emerging and since it started was to ship more American LNG and to create more global alternatives to Putin's gas going into Europe, as you know.
There are 6 applications pending with the Biden administration to export LNG. None of them have been approved. Do you have any expectations that any of them will be?
So the European LNG terminals right now are at full capacity to receive.
Okay, you're not answering the question.
One of the things that we are pressing Europe.
Are you going to answer the question?
Can I try to
You can answer the question.
Can I try to answer the question? We have taken advantage of this tragedy to again speak to Europe about its over-reliance on Russian energy.
The question was simple. Do you anticipate the applications to export LNG will be approved? You're not answering that question.
I frankly don't do LNG licensing. I expect that licenses will be approved for as much LNG as can be shipped. That's what I expect. But I don't, have responsibility for that, so I don't actually know how it works. But, Senator, I have to say to you, President Putin was going to launch this vicious, brutal war with or without Nord Stream 2.
That's not what Zelenskyy told us.
That is my opinion.
That's also not what you said when you testified before this committee.
Time of the senator has expired. Senator Merkley.
Ambassador Nuland, thank you for being with us today. Reflecting on the fact that the people of Ukraine in 2004 launched the Orange Revolution to essentially say an unfair, rigged election had been held and insisted on a new election being held, and they got that new election. And 10 years later, the people of Ukraine launched the Revolution of Dignity, and the result was that the leader, Yanukovych, who was subjecting Ukraine to the shadow of Russia, fled the country and was impeached. And in 2019, a patriot named Zelenskyy proceeded to win by a landslide, campaigning against corruption. Time after time, the people of the Ukraine have said, we choose government by the people, not the Russian model of government by a dictator. And perhaps nothing is more threatening to Putin than having a neighbor, a close cousin, if you will, choosing government by the people. So here we are today with Putin determined to crush Ukraine, engaging in siege tactics, bombardment, and shelling of population centers. Untold numbers of civilians will die. 1,000 residences have been destroyed. 200 schools have been destroyed. I anticipate, but I ask this as a question, that we are going to continue to see this siege strategy by Russia attacking population centers, killing civilians, and driving millions of people out of the country. Is that a fair expectation?
I don't think that Russia's tactics will become less brutal, Senator Merkley. I worry that they will become more brutal as they become more desperate that their vicious military campaign is slowing, is stalling, is not succeeding, because, as you said, the Ukrainian people again and again and again have stood up for their freedom, have stood up for their choice, and now, when it's a matter of life and death, they are doing it again, and not just for them, but for all of us.
So seeing the determination of the Ukrainian people to resist Russian strategy and Russian oppression, it seems like we can anticipate that Russia will face a long-standing insurgency of all kinds of proceeding to smuggle weapons in, anti-tank weapons, anti-plane weapons, and improvised explosive devices, this insurgency. And in combination, we're seeing the current sanctions having a huge impact on the Russian economy. So is the combination, the fact that Russia is going to face an enormously determined insurgency and crushing economy, give us hope that there is a deal to be struck, or is, with time, or is Putin so determined to bet his presidency, his office on crushing Ukraine that there's nothing that's going to stop this train until he's removed?
Senator Merkley, only President Putin knows if sanity will ever prevail inside his own head, but it is clear that Russia will lose this conflict, whether they lose it quickly or whether they lose it extremely slowly. It is a matter of time. The problem is that if this can be lost quickly, many, many, many lives will be saved, which is why we have to continue to pour on the economic pressure. We have to continue to support the defensive needs of the Ukrainian people and help them to resist because, as we've said, they're fighting for themselves, but they're also fighting for us and our way of life.
So our strategy is maximum support for the Ukrainian patriots and their opposition to Russian military occupation and forces, massive humanitarian assistance, massive economic pressure on the government of Russia, and I fully support that threefold strategy and just accentuate the need to do everything we can to coordinate the world to support it. And I praise the Biden administration for having brought together such a significant coalition of freedom-loving nations to be engaged in supporting Ukraine. And so I just want to close by noting this is such a representation of the challenge we face worldwide in the vision of authoritarian control of people, with control of the press, control of freedom of speech. We see Russia crushing every form of free press in its nation, shutting down every form of social media it can, prevent the Russian people from knowing what's going on. And then we see Ukraine, which embraced government of, by, and for the people. We have to stand with the people of Ukraine, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Barrasso. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's good to see you again. Thanks for spending time with us in closed session. Yesterday, earlier today, Ukrainian President Zelenskyy asked the Parliament of the United Kingdom to designate Russia as a terrorist country. Is Russia a state sponsor of terrorism?
Senator, we had not put it that way before, but I have to tell you that every day that goes by as they commit these egregious, brutal acts on the ground, it's something we should look at.
And one of the things we visited about a little bit last night in closed session, I want to go to an open session now, and that's the Russians involved with the Iranian nuclear deal and negotiations there. It does seem, as I mentioned, incongruous to me that we would be dealing with Russia as somewhat of a partner in coming up with an Iran deal. At the same time, what we see is this brutal terrorist murderer, Vladimir Putin, killing people. So I have a lot of problems with that decision regularly. But now, I see the Russian envoy recently bragged about how much they helped Iran get a much more than they would expected in this Iranian deal with the United States. And the envoy stated, quote, "Realistically speaking, Iran got more than, frankly, I expected or others expected." So that's from us, the United States. The people on this side of the aisle are not for this Iran deal at all. We think it's a mistake for our nation and our nation's security. Reports indicate Russia worked to secure Iran's rights for nuclear energy and to remove sanctions. So how much money is Iran going to get from these proposed sanctions relief as part of the Biden administration Iran deal that they're cutting now while Russia is in the middle of attacking Ukraine?
So as you know, Senator, if Iran comes back to the JCPOA and we come back into the deal and stop their nuclear development and stop their ability to get a bomb in the short run, they will get access to some of the funds that have been frozen. That is part of the deal. That said, Russia is not doing this out of the goodness of its heart. It is doing it because it too worries about an Iran that lives closer to Russia than they do to us having a bomb that could threaten them.
When John Kerry negotiated that last deal, and he said, well, of course some of this money is going to be used for terrorism, and we know that Iran did use some of the money for terrorism. Do you expect some of this sanctions relief is going to be funneled to terrorist proxies and activities by Iran?
We are working as hard as we can in the crafting of this deal to ensure that the money is used for the needs of the Iranian people and not for external aggression.
In terms of the Black Sea, and as we had a chance to look at some maps last night, and we think about an overview of the Black Sea, I think about what NATO did very successfully with the Baltic air policing mission to safeguard the integrity of the NATO alliance members a number of years ago in terms of airspace. I'm wondering if that could serve as a model for efforts to maintain a robust NATO presence in the Black Sea. So what are your views on NATO establishing a Black Sea maritime patrol mission, a regular rotational maritime presence in the Black Sea?
I've personally been in favor of it for a long time, and as you know, NATO has a regular exercise schedule, as does the U.S. I think what we have not done is take an appropriate account of what it meant when Putin seized Crimea and then began putting all kinds of advanced weaponry on it, and that gave him the capacity to close aspects of the Black Sea in a way that we cannot tolerate, and we need to get back to that business.
Okay. In terms of energy security and the decision made by the President today, which I agree with the decision, I think that energy to replace what we've gotten from Russia, which ought to be coming from the United States. I think it's a mistake to go and ask Iran for more energy, a mistake to go to Venezuela for more energy, which is what seems to be what this administration is doing, going from one dictator, thug, to another. And can I get your thoughts on that?
So, Senator Barrasso, in the context of, first of all, high energy prices even before we got into this conflict, then the impact of the war on energy prices, and then the impact of sanctions. As the President said today, there is going to be some pain in this for us. What we are doing is going all around the world working with partners and organizations and entities to try to increase the amount of oil on the market. Russia, I think 70% of the oil that it puts on the market has already been constrained by a combination of sanctions, but also self-sanctioning of trading entities. So that is a massive loss to the global need. So frankly, we've got to look everywhere that we can, including in terms of increased U.S. production, Canadian production, Mexican production. The Japanese are shipping gas now to Europe. We've got to all work together to increase the supply so that the pain of all of this goes primarily on Russia, which is losing revenue and dumping product, in fact, and paying a high price for that, and less on us and the American consumer and the European consumer.
And I appreciate your comments that energy prices were high prior to all of this, and that to me is a direct result of the policies of this administration. As John Kerry, former Secretary of State, said, he hoped that what was happening in Russia and by Russia and Ukraine did not distract from his climate agenda, and I think that is a very terrible mistake to be the position of the United States. Thanks, Madam Secretary.
Senator Booker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's so good to see you. Thank you for staying for this long hearing. You're at the tail end here. We talked yesterday in the classified briefing about food issues.
Yes.
And this data but Russia and Ukraine account for roughly 14% of the global wheat production, and even more so, about 30% of the global share of exports. We are already seeing unprecedented increase in global food insecurity around the globe due to COVID-19 and, of course, the climate change impacts which we're seeing in places like Afghanistan. The World Food Program has already issued, before the Ukraine crisis, a special appeal for $6 billion to cover increase in assistance that it's going to be providing to literally the tens and tens of millions of people, including millions of children, from starvation and death in places like Afghanistan and the Horn of Africa. The crisis is already having an impact on what is an already dire situation, with making it worse. Wheat prices jumping almost 50% and hitting records highs. So I'm seeing already this omnibus shape up, and I have a lot of concerns that it's not going to be anywhere near meeting the crisis. The spending bill that we're seeing is going to include billions of dollars for humanitarian assistance that can be used by the State Department in Ukraine, but also some flexibility, I'm being told, that around the globe. And I expect a substantial portion of these funds will be provided through the Migration and Refugee Assistance Program. And I guess with your earlier comment to Senator Coons, where you said that a lot of the resources we're putting there won't even, I think the quote, won't even have half of what we need, given the growth of this refugee crisis that's going to probably come. I'm wondering, do you think the State Department will have the ability to really use any portions of these emergency MRA funds to meet the needs of refugees, not just in Ukraine, but also around the globe?
So, Senator Booker, I want to thank you for raising these issues yesterday. I've already taken them back with regard to what it means when a Ukraine at war may not be able to plant this season, and what it means to global food insecurity. And a lot of smart people had apparently already been thinking about this, and we are meeting on it and planning on it, including how to use some of this support that the Congress is looking at giving at us, not just in Ukraine, but for the larger impacts globally of that breadbasket not being able to supply. So we will work with you on all of these issues.
I am so grateful. And I'm wondering, is there a plan already in place, given how much our infusion of resources was propping up the Afghani economy for 20 years, and then pulling us out and all the other military, civilian, diplomatic corps out of there, crashing their economy in addition to climate change, in addition to COVID? We know that right now, unless something changes, roughly 1 million children will die alone of famine. Yeah. And I'm just wondering, what is our ongoing commitment to that crisis?
So we've been engaged in a lot of different efforts to get humanitarian support, appropriate humanitarian support, directly to the Afghan people, including increasing licensing for humanitarians, both our own and other internationals, increasing our own contributions to UN agencies that are active in Afghanistan, as well as trying to create banking flexibilities for remittances and other things that are going to alleviate the cash crunch. We can arrange a separate session for you if that's, yeah.
Appreciate that. In my 1 minute, I know you're on top of this issue, but I really would like your testimony. Obviously, we've seen reports that refugees from ethnic and racial minorities
yes.
In Ukraine are experiencing discrimination as they try to flee Ukraine. Many of them, we've seen images of them being blocked from the ability to enter other countries, or in many ways get the kind of resources other Ukrainians are. So can you just tell me what the State Department's doing about this to encourage our European allies to process all refugees coming from Ukraine equally, and what's the State Department doing to ensure that our assistance is being used in ways that adheres to our humanitarian assistance principles, neutrality, impartiality, and independence?
So, Senator Booker, it was a very acute problem, as you know, in the first days of the conflict, as a number of students and workers from other countries, as well as Ukrainian Africans and others, tried to get out across the borders and faced significant discrimination, primarily on the Ukrainian side out of local ignorance, I will tell you. And Secretary Blinken took that issue up immediately with Foreign Minister Kuleba, and within hours we began to see the situation improve. We've also done advocacy for specific groups that have gotten trapped, groups of African students, Indian students who we helped to get on a bus to get out of Ukraine when we had some advocacy from the Indian government. So we will continue to take on those cases as we see them. We are largely not seeing the problem in EU countries. I think we were dealing with quite a bit of early ignorance at the local level in Ukraine.
Great. And I just want to say, you can see from both sides of the aisle, this is a very emotional and as well as patriotic interest and passion. We're putting a lot of time in here. But I know you and your team have the same deep feelings, have the same passion, patriotism, concern. I can only imagine you all are working around the clock, and I just want to give you my gratitude for that commitment and the incredible work you all are putting in, and the hours, I'm sure, as well.
Thank you, Senator. I just want to say that on behalf of the men and women of the State Department, who I'm proud to have been a part of for most of my life, to see folks in every generation of service and all around the world jump in and say, what can I do? And to participate and put their intellectual capital, their time into this has just been amazing, and it's the best of America and the best of the State Department.
Thank you.
Senator Schatz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary, for your service, and thank you for being here for such a long hearing. I have three basic questions. The first is, what's the status of the negotiation as it relates to the humanitarian corridors? We're reading different things. I'm wondering what's real and what's not and what's possible.
So on the humanitarian corridors, I think you know we're on our third day of disappointment, where we thought we had something agreed. UN agencies have been the main negotiators, ICRC and UNHCR. And in those, the first two attempts, we actually had local firing by Russian forces on folks seeking to flee. We're now attempting, or they are now attempting to try again in Mariupol. We also had, in those first two rounds, very cynical Russian response. Sure, you can have a corridor up to Russia, but right, not into the rest of Ukraine, which was obviously rejected. So they are trying again now in Mariupol, and we'll see how that goes.
So there were sort of two issues. One was the ridiculous, sure, you can get a corridor back to Russia. The other, I guess I'm wondering whether that was a sort of command and control problem where the locals, so that's not your assessment. Your assessment is they were violating it from the jump.
I can't say whether it was local malfeasance or more general malfeasance on the part of the Russian military. Neither would be beyond comprehension, but it was egregious and yet another violation of human rights in Ukraine.
Absolute atrocity, a war crime. Belarus, is the free world doing enough to punish Belarus?
So we've now imposed sanctions on Belarus that match what we have done in Russia. That was part of the package that we imposed last week, and we're continuing to look at other ways to squeeze the economy that fuels Lukashenko's rule, and we're continuing to look at leaders in Belarus. I would note here that it's pretty clear that Russia would have liked to have seen more Belarusian military participation in this conflict, and there's been a lot of lack of enthusiasm for that and even desertion. So,
and when you say lack of enthusiasm, at all levels, at the sort of soldier level, all the way up to government leaders?
Certainly at the soldier level.
Fair enough. We're seeing a lot of resistance from countries that have traditionally had a close relationship with Russia, certainly over the past decades. Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, outright refusing to participate in this invasion. And my assessment is that they don't want to stipulate to the legitimacy of what's happening because they may, in fact, be next. So what's the State Department's view of those relationships, and how do we, without sort of overplaying our hand, how do we be supportive or become more supportive of Uzbekistan, of Kazakhstan, of these countries that very well could be next if this becomes a successful precedent?
So since their independence, we've had relations with all of those countries. But I would say that in the last year, we have really accelerated our work with them collectively, what we call the C5 +1, but also our effort to work with them individually. As you know, in the aftermath of the withdrawal from Afghanistan, there were a lot of issues. They collaborated and helped us in getting some Americans and LPRs across. We have other things that we work with them on, but we're also working with them intensively on having diversity of economic options, diversity of political options, and in the aftermath of the events in Kazakhstan of a couple of months ago, the Kazakhs have come back to us and said that they are not interested in getting involved in Ukraine, as have a number of the other countries there. And we think that any effort by Putin to involve the CSTO collectively will also fail in this conflict because, as you say, they have their own independent interests. And it's not an easy decision for them because they're also very dependent.
Final question, and I can take this for the record if you don't want to do this off the top of your head. I just want to be reassured that we are constantly assessing and reassessing and re-estimating the number of refugees that we expect. I've seen this sort of range of between 1 and 5 million. That I'm sure was based on some analysis, but it seems to me that that analysis has to change in real time if we're already approaching 2 million as of today or around that number. So I just want to be reassured that people are not going to stick with the 5 million if it looks like we're going to break through that threshold.
I will say, Senator Schatz, that we unfortunately internally estimated 5 million from the beginning and before the invasion even started, just based on how broad it was, or it looked like it was going to be. So obviously we will have to reassess if it goes above that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Secretary. I'm grateful for your wisdom and experience and passion on this issue. Thank you for the briefing last night in a classified setting. And let me associate myself with the comments others have made about the efforts to transfer the Polish MiG-29s to Ukrainians and Ukrainian pilots. But I want to raise another effort in the defense of Ukraine, which was the first item that the Ukrainian parliamentarians mentioned in this letter they sent to members of Congress today, which had to do with missile defense.
I want to thank you, Councilwoman Beck. You know, look, what I said there on the way out, the thing that bothers me the most when veterans aren't looked out for because of what we owe them is every single solitary veteran deserves to be treated with dignity. They shouldn't have to ask for a damn thing. It shouldn't be, can you help me? It's, I've got a problem, and we should say, how can we help? And so I thank you for your service. I thank you for all of you who are here for your service. And I hope that hearing you will inspire more veterans to do exactly what you're doing. Sign up for the benefits and support you have earned. What I found with my son, what I found with my friends, I found with the generation of Vietnam, there's this notion that you shouldn't ask for anything. You're military. You don't ask for anything. You just serve. You should be asking. You should be letting us know. You should let us know what is bothering you, what is the problem, because we owe it to you. It's great to be here in Fort Worth at the Resource Connection, and I'm able to spend time with Mayor Parker earlier very briefly. I want to thank her for the passport in the town, and I also want to thank Judge Whitley and all the city and council members, city council and county council members as well here today. I want to thank you. I often tell the story. I got elected to the county council in my state. We have we're like a miniature Illinois. We have one state with 60% of the population. So a councilman has a district 7 times as big as a House member and 3 times as big as a state senator. And I did not want to run, but I ran just to show the flag, and unfortunately I won. And they reapportioned me. It was in 1970. I got reapportioned from a 4-year term to a 2-year term because the opposition party saw more in me than I saw in me. And I was forced to know what we say in public life, up or out. And I ended up running for the Senate before I was old enough to be sworn in. Didn't expect to win that either. And here I am, you're stuck with me. But the reason I ran for the United States Senate, it was too hard being a county councilman. You'd knock on the door and say, my name's Joe Biden, Democratic candidate for the county council. And they look at you like, and you know what they're thinking. Well, you know part of what they were thinking. What's the county council do? Well, you affect people's lives as much as anybody else, and people go, county council. Anyway, but I just think that, Jake, you're a fighter pilot. You get this stuff. I mean, you know what I mean? You can smile, Jake. It's okay. It's okay. Jake's a Republican, but I like the hell out of him. He's got, no, I'm serious. This guy's the real deal. The three congressmen you have here, two of them look like they really could and did play ball, and the other one looks like he could bomb you. And it's a tough group, but a good group. Look, I want to thank you and your staffs for welcoming us to town. It's a one-stop shop connection for people in this county to the services and benefits they need, and that's important. And I'm here today to talk about the critical community it serves, our veterans, their families, caregivers, and survivors. I'm joined today by the bipartisan group of Texas reps that are here and who care deeply about these issues. Congressman Mark Veazey is, I want to thank him so much for giving me the passport into his district here. And I want to let them know how proud I am to sign into law the bill to create a national monument to Medal of Honor winners and recipients and the values they represented. It was a very important thing you did. And Congressman Colin Oliver, I want to thank you for your work in the Veterans Affairs Committee and the House of Representatives, particularly your leadership dealing with veterans' mental health issues. And Congressman Jake Ellzey, a member of the House Veterans Committee, a veteran himself, served 20 years in the United States Navy, multiple combat tours as well. Congressman, thank you all for being here and for allowing me to be with you and continuing to serve our country. You know, I've often said, and I mean it sincerely from the bottom of my heart, veterans are the backbone, the spine, the sinew of who we are in this country. 1% of you these days, 1% of you serves all the rest of us. And the 99% who aren't with you deserve to treat you with the dignity and respect and service that you deserve. You're the best of us, and we owe you. And I've always believed that, and I've said this from the time I was a young senator, we have many obligations in the United States Senate, the United States Congress, President of the United States, to the American people, to the elderly, to the poor, to those in need. But we only have one truly sacred obligation, and I mean this, sacred obligation. That is to train and equip those we send into harm's way and care for them and their families when they come home. Only a small percentage, I said, deserve and claim the title of veteran. More than 1.4 million of them are living here in Texas. That's about 6.5% of your population. And to be a veteran is to have endured the survival and survived challenges most Americans will never know. And you have done it, and you've done it for all of us, all of us. A week ago, during my State of the Union message in Washington, I spoke about the bipartisan unity agenda. 4 big things I think all of us, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, can agree on and rally around. One is dealing with the opioid epidemic, which is stealing the lives of so many people. 2, mental health for our children that are in the wake of all that's happened because of COVID and all the consequences. There's over 1 million people out there who are no longer sitting at the kitchen table this morning because of COVID, and people worry about that, and the kids particularly. 3rd is ending cancer as we know it, which I'm confident we can do. And 4th is supporting our veterans, fully supporting them. These are the issues unite us because they impact America in every single solitary state. Issues that go beyond partisan politics because they're about people, our neighbors. Caring for our veterans has been a central focus of my administration since day one. And for the last year, the Department of Veterans Affairs, led by Secretary McDonough, has been the linchpin of our government-wide push to make life better for American veterans. Providing assistance through this pandemic like job training and housing. We're helping lower-income veterans access VA care debt-free. We're expanding access to health care services for women veterans, the LGBTQ community veterans. We're implementing a plan to bring down the rate of suicide among service members and veterans. You know, it's sad to say, but to this day, we average 17 veterans a day commit suicide. Every single day. More than get killed in combat. Every single day. It's an absolute tragedy that demands not only a whole of government approach, but a whole of country working together to deal with this issue. Texas is one of those states participating in the governor's and mayor's challenge to take on this crisis. And as I announced in my State of the Union message, we're focusing on meeting the specific care and needs for all our veterans who suffer because of their service, for all our veterans. We learned a horrible lesson after Vietnam. It was the harmful effects of Agent Orange, which were dropped upon so many thousands of veterans, and the years it took to manifest illnesses in veterans. Because then the veteran had to prove that whatever his problem was directly a consequence of Agent Orange. Well, we passed a law that I was proud to be a co-sponsor of a long time ago, saying that if you had Agent Orange drop upon you, it was presumed that the illness you had was a consequence of that. And how we're even slower to connect the dots of what's happening to those too many Vietnam veterans living in a lurch, unable to access the care they needed. It was only in the past year that we added bladder cancer and conditions of underactive thyroid and Parkinson's, a list of conditions tied to Agent Orange exposure, as science told us more. Decades after the exposure took place, it took far too long to reach that decision, in my view. And I refuse to repeat the mistake when it comes to veterans of our Iraq and Afghan wars. Not only did they face the dangers in the battlefield, but they were breathing toxic smoke and burn pits near where they're based. I was in and out of Afghanistan and Iraq 23 times. I spent a fair amount of time there as the United States Senator and as Vice President. The burn pits that incinerate wastes of war, medical and hazardous materials, jet fuel, and so much more, just dug in big pits not far from the hooches, not far from where our veterans were sleeping. When our troops came home, the fittest among them, the greatest fighting force in the history of the world, too many of them were not the same. Headaches, dizziness, numbness, cancer. And we don't know yet enough about the connection between burn pits and each of these diseases so many of our veterans are now facing. But I'm committed that America make the commitment to find out everything we can. I'm committed to the families like Danielle Robinson, the widow of Sergeant First Class Heath Robinson, who joined my wife Jill in the First Lady's box of the State of the Union. Sergeant Robinson was born a soldier, Army National Guard, combat medic in Kosovo and Iraq, stationed at the same bases and around the same exact time as my son, Major Bo Biden, United States Army. In Baghdad, Sergeant Robinson was stationed yards from burn pits the size of football fields. And back home in Ohio, Danielle and their little girl waited for him to come home, to coach the soccer team, to build Legos. But when he finally came home, cancer likely caused prolonged exposure to the burn pits, ravaged his lungs and his body. A soldier who could bench press 315 pounds, squat 400 pounds, run 2 miles in 12 minutes, would be bent over in a bathroom gasping for air. Danielle, working full-time, turned to become a 24/7 caregiver, scared to leave him alone for even a minute. He was just 39 years old when she held his hand as he took his last breath. But Danielle said he never stopped fighting, and neither did she. She kept fighting for his memory, in his memory, for our veterans and their families are going through the same thing today. Families like hers, like so many of yours, you're the reason why we're doing everything we can. We've increased funding for VA research to study the health effects of toxic exposure in the military. We're speeding up the process to identify and address adverse impacts of military-related environmental exposure. We're following the science in every case, but we're also not going to force veterans to suffer in limbo for decades if the science is even if it's evenly divided. When the evidence doesn't give a clear answer one way or another, the decision we should favor is caring for our veterans while we continue to learn more, not waiting, not waiting. So I directed the VA to move quickly to review more of the cancers and provide determinations on whether or not they're presumed to be service-connected within 90 days. And by the way, you saw what happened when at 9/11 when the buildings went down in New York. You saw the thousands of firefighters who, in fact, were because of the toxic smoke they inhaled. Finally, because some of the people in the media and in entertainment insisted that they be compensated for. Well, when diseases are so rare that there isn't enough evidence, we'll examine other factors as well. And this week, Secretary McDonough is developing a new rule that will add several rare respiratory cancers to the list of presumptive conditions for certain veterans. We also need to know more about which of our veterans may have been exposed to burn pits in the first place or other environmental toxins during their service. To record possible exposures before service members separate from the military. So we're building a more comprehensive database from the Department of Defense and Veterans Affairs to use to track access to exposures. We're working hard to educate everyone across the VA system about the potential impact of specialized care needed for burn pit exposure, urging veterans to sign up for the VA Burn Pit Registry and to make sure they know about the benefits that may be available to them. You know what I found about veterans as we worked for those who are trying to deal with the mental health problems? Is they're used to always giving. You don't think you have a right to ask for anything. You don't think you have a right to ask. We're asking you to tell us where you've been, tell us what your needs are. Nothing to be ashamed of, it's to be proud of. We owe you. Improving training for VA providers to make sure they're equipped to diagnose and treat exposures to related conditions. And this year, launching a new network of specialized care providers and call centers to help connect veterans with questions about exposure to care that's consistent, comprehensive, and high quality. Folks, these are the kinds of steps that can make a difference in getting the proper care for more patients and providing support for veterans, especially those facing cancer diagnosis. And every one of you know, the earlier cancer is diagnosed, the greater the prospect of dealing with it, the greater the prospect of curing it. It reinforces the new goal of my cancer moonshot, to cut cancer deaths, the death rate by 50% over the next 25 years at a minimum, to create more supportive experience for all the patients and families. Secretary McDonough is part of my newly formed cancer cabinet. The Department of Veterans Affairs is an essential part of our whole of government initiative because we're going to invest billions of dollars solving this problem to turn cancers from death sentence into treatable diseases. These are all the things my administration is moving on. We're not waiting. We're not waiting. But some of the most important next steps need congressional action. Both the United States House of Representatives and the Senate have bills in motion that would extend eligibility period for VA care for burn pit-related health impacts from 5 years to after leaving the military to a minimum of 10 years. That would open enrollment to all veterans who served in Iraq and Afghanistan. And in February, the Senate passed their bill to do just that, unanimously, Democrat and Republican. And the House bill that passed just last week would do even more, expanding health care, mandating research, reforming the process of determining presumptions, and adding more conditions to the list of presumptive care. Both of these bills have bipartisan support. These are the bills that unite the American people. These are the bills that will deliver necessary care for our veterans and their families. And let's get those bills to my desk so I can sign them immediately. Immediately. Folks, we have a sacred obligation as a nation. I promise Danielle Robinson and I promise all of you here today that we'll do better. We must. We owe you. We owe you. I can't say enough about the veterans community. And there's a famous expression by a famous English poet who said, "They also serve who only stand and wait." To every husband and wife with the deployed husband or wife. To every child with a mom or dad deployed, we owe you. We owe you. Because they also serve who only stand and wait. I remember the head of the National Guard in the state of Delaware, wife, used to say a prayer. My son got deployed. My wife is a school teacher who got up earlier than I did to get to school. I'd get to the train at 7:30 train. And I walked downstairs. I'd just had shades and had my trousers on to get a cup of coffee. She'd be standing over the sink like many of you have done, looking out the window, mouthing a prayer that she was given by the commander's wife. A prayer for her son who was in harm's way. All of you did that. All of you do that. All of you worry about that call. So thank you. Thank you as well. Concluding point I'll make, and we talked about it, the Congressman and I on the way down. You know, this is an incredible generation, the 9/11 generation that fought. They served in a way I think they're right up there with the greatest generation, because they not only got deployed once, but sometimes twice, 3, 4 times into harm's way. They come home and go back. And after knowing that they cleaned off the blood of the seat of that up-armored Humvee that they were in where they lost somebody, and they'd have to saddle up and go back out again. An enormous generation, an incredible generation. I was telling the guys on the way down, I remember flying into Iraq one of those times, and I went into the cockpit, and there were, I believe, 6 members, 5 men and 1 woman. And I asked the question of all of them, I said, how many is this your first tour of duty? Nobody raised their hand. Second tour of duty, nobody. Third tour, 2 of them. Fourth tour, 2 of them. Fifth tour, 1. No other generation has been deployed, redeployed, and redeployed, and redeployed. That takes nothing away from the World War I and World War II and Vietnam generations. But it's one thing to serve and come home and then go back and go back and go back. So we owe you. We owe you all, every veteran in here and every family member of veterans. May God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you for all you do.
제가 가져오기에는 따로 갖고 와서 그거밖에 안 가져왔어요. 네, 일단 근데
수고하셨습니다.
가면 되는 거야? 이렇게 손 들면서 가야 돼? 근데 계속 거기 가만히 있어. 진짜 빨리 들어왔어. 왜냐면은 끝날 것 같아가지고. 끝날 것 같고 그래 그것도 있을 거야. 내가 아까 정한 모션대로 못 가고. 저도 빨간색 안 나온 것 같아요. 네, 근데 이게 지금 제가 오늘 하루에 상관이 없는데 저희도 시키신 대로 하고 있는데 너무 과한 것 같아요. 아까부터 안 나옵니다. 왜안 나오고? 네, 안 나오는 거 같아요. 거의 23%가 올라가니까 움직이는 게 필요할 것 같다. 그 정도는 아는데 오늘부터 계속 아까부터 너무 과하게. 네, 그러면 근데 그것도 목적이잖아요. 잘하고 있는 게 보여줘야 돼요. 네, 그런 것도 있고 지금 근데 저희가 투표를 강요합니다. 오늘 과하신 것 같아요. 네, 죄송해요. 그러니까 뭐 제가 좀 멀리서 보니까 머리 이렇게 어떻게 칠 수 있겠어요, 지금? 네, 불편하니까 말씀을 드리는 거예요. 아무래도 일반인들 같은 경우는 선생님들 지금 보세요. 일반인들 같은 경우도 불편할 수 있고 근데 지금 보세요. 일어나 보세요. 네네네. 저 안 만지지도 않았잖아요. 네, 무슨 말인지 알겠어요. 너무 과하신 것 같아요. 네, 머리를 다 쓰시는 것 같아요. 머리를 그러면 아니죠. 네, 거고요. 그런 것들 활용을 해주는 거지. 근데 저희가 잘해야지. 저희가 잘하시는지 관찰해야지. 저번에도 사고 난 것도 저희가 띄워줬잖아요. 지금 청구권 방해 아닙니다. 네네. 멀리서 봤어요. 네. 보이더라고요. 저희도 주의하겠습니다. 네네. 지금 그なんか 이쪽으로
그래서 교대로 하시면 될 것 같아요. 식사. 저희는 교대로 진행하거든요. 네.
모두가 비싸는 거예요?
아니, 방별로 이랑 남별로 방별로
어떻게 가지? 밥을 어디 가서 먹으라고 물어봐야겠지. 근처에서 자율적으로 먹는 걸로 알고 있어요. 자율적으로? 네. 근처 식당도 없어요. 2m 하나밖에 없는 데로 아직 문 안 열었으면 하루는 안 되나. 아니면 자야까지 먹어요. 나갔더니 가서 들어가서 들어가서 먹어요. 이거 바탕을 이쪽에는 내려가야 돼.
아니, 여기 근처에서 알아서 식사하시면 됩니다.
와인 부르는데 밥상 부르는 집에 간다고. 그냥 설거지 다 해놓고 와요. 부장님입니다.
네, 하나는 대통령 선거, 하나는 국회의원 보궐선거요.
아이고, 다리야.
보시면 안 돼서 1430일에 두 개 다
casa, güey. Te voy a conseguir un pinche estudio privado. ¿Cuáles? Vinieron las viejas y dijeron que cuando venga el bloque no quiero que nos quitemos. Ya pasaron. ¿Sí? No, dijeron que venían atrás. No, las veníamos juntando. ¿Sí? Tengo hasta tapones, güey.
¿Qué tranza, viejo cabrón,
Traje hasta tapones, güey.
¿Cómo has estado, pinche
Bien, ¿tú
viejito?
cómo vas?
Bien, güey.
¿Sí?
Me da gusto verte, pinche cabrón.
Espérate, güey, estoy en vivo.
Ah, perdón. ¿Cómo has visto a mi niño el Ernesto? Bien, ¿no?
cuidado, no la vayas a tirar. Sí, pero no la vayas a tirar. Sí, ya, pásale. Más suave.
Sigue encendido, ¿no?
¿Cuánto falta? ¿Cuánto?
Un putasísimo. Falta como 10 minutos.
Señorita, señorita. Cuidado, ¿Cuánto falta? ¿Sabes dónde viene la retaguardia? ¿No sabes? Está por la... No, el Ángel no, yo creo que están más acá, por el Senado, por la Glorieta Colón. Y mira, en la Glorieta Colón ahí está todavía y se ven. la mota. ¿Por dónde viene la vanguardia? La retaguardia, perdón, ¿por dónde viene? Los de atrás, ¿hasta dónde, por dónde vienen? ¿No sabes?
Pues nosotros llegamos por metro Insurgentes y todavía
había mucho
hacia atrás.
¿No me pasas la camarita? que haces está bueno. Haz muchas de esas. Pero es muy bueno que les entre calor por las plantas a los pies. Bueno, yo dije, ¿es terapia?
Y también, pero que conozcan también el evento, ¿no?
Sí, no, pero es muy bueno que les que aguanten, que aguantan. Es caliente el piso.